The atmosphere, the people here around are so passionate, so it's incredible.
I get goosebumps every time I see this.
The Nürburgring is really a very special place, and it's a very difficult place.
It's very, very good to have all these fans back here in the home of motorsport.
This atmosphere, it's the calm before the storm.
The atmosphere, the people here around are so passionate, so it's incredible.
I get goosebumps every time I see this.
The Nürburgring is really a very special place, and it's a very difficult place.
So it's very, very good to have all these fans back here in the home of motorsport.
I love this atmosphere. It's the calm before the storm.
The atmosphere, the people here around are so passionate, so it's incredible.
I get goosebumps every time I see this.
The Nürburgring is really a very special place, and it's a very difficult place.
very, very good to have all these fans back here in the home of motorsport.
This atmosphere, it's the calm before the storm.
The atmosphere, the people here around are so passionate, so it's incredible.
I get goosebumps every time I see this.
The Nürburgring is really a very special place, and it's a very difficult place.
It's very, very good to have all these fans back here in the home of motorsport.
The atmosphere, the people here around are so passionate, so it's incredible.
I get goosebumps every time I see this.
The Nürburgring is really a very special place, and it's a very difficult place.
It's very, very good to have all these fans back here in the home of motorsport.
Atmosphere. It's the calm before the storm.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Deutschen Tourwagenwaster / Group A Nürburgring Legends race. Now, this is, I think, to me, the most iconic race we're gonna have all season. I must say, I am very, very excited for this one here. And this is really gonna be one of those races where anything can happen here. We're in qualifying right now. Watching the lap times go in. And, well, interesting part now is, of course, that with these drivers, some of them very respectable names we've seen before in some of these tournaments, but also some new faces. So I'm curious to see who can pack a punch here. We are also joined by the AC Friends community here in this very, very special events here at the Nürburgring eSports channel. Now, I was just waiting for a little bit of a sign so I could go live on the English stream. We are now live on the English stream. And, well, we're seeing the first lap times coming in right now. The time to beat currently in this session is a 9:13.458. Oh, that is close already here. Almost contact being made there. Yeah, Bauman's going to go wide after that one. Using a set, of course, a with-real penalty installed. So, yes, we will be harsh. Close. And obviously, as we are currently on a lot of outlaps, we're not going to see a lot of times come through as of yet here. Had some Small issues in the past with the stream, but we are now good to go. Hope you guys are all having no problems with the audio and video and such. I'm streaming on 2 channels at once for the first time in my life, so yeah, some things might go wrong. I guess we'll find out along the way here. Now, first of all, thank you to Lucas and the entire crew of the Nürburgring eSports channel for allowing me to do this. It's very much an honor here. And Hulk already having a little bit of moment in that Audi, and he's not going to be able to control it afterwards. He hits the wall hard, and that's not what you want to be seeing on those laps early on. Vitalax gone sideways. Messy start here in the beginning. As it seems to me that the Group A cars, at least the Skyline, is doing a good job right now at keeping things clean, whereas we've seen some incidents in the beginning here. Yes, so we are live with Assetto Corsa as always. This is regular Assetto Corsa, absolutely it is. Now it might not look like it, but believe it or not, we are using exactly that. And the fun part about it is that a lot of these drivers, not all of them, like in the Nürburgring Endurance Championship, which is what we were streaming last time around. Some people are in the Nürburgring eSports launches. Most of them are, but we also have some of our guys over from AC Friends community, our partner community. That would be a lot of fun. Oh, Jess is already gone slipping and sliding there. The main straight is going to go very, very wide and into the sand immediately. Say goodbye to your lap time immediately, as the times are slowly but surely improving a little bit here. Now keep in mind, we're using the Nürburgring layout together with the GP track. Even the full GP track at that. So a very difficult task here for many of these drivers. Some of them will be doing it solo, others will be doing it as a team. Now I believe that the names won't change around if we have an IRL driver swap, because they're quite literally getting in and out of the physical sim for most of these drivers. So I'm not sure how that exactly counts, but so I'll be referring to the drivers as their teams. So we'll see that this is F. Woller's team from AC Friends. Now for the people that are very much new to the Nürburgring eSports channel or the Nürburgring channel, welcome to the YouTube channel of the most iconic racetrack in the world. Dare I say that? Absolutely. And today around eSports, the Nürburgring has its own set of eSports bars. Obviously the biggest one is in Nürburgring, at the Nürburgring themselves, but we also have locations in, for example, Cologne, Lucerne, Koblenz, you name them. And more will always be opening soon. So a lot of fun stuff to be had there. You can go around there with your friends and race against each other, even if you don't have an expensive sim at home. Fully equipped with motion rigs and direct drive wheels, that will definitely pack a punch. A little bit of a slide there for the Super Mark III. But stays it on the track for now. But very little drivers have set in time yet, so obviously the corner cuts are also going to be playing a factor in that. And even though that was a slow lap by the standards that we're having here, it's at least a valid lap, which will be more than some of these teams will be getting here around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And I must say, you know, so far the Nürburgring eSports guys have done a great job of hosting these tournaments. It's never easy, of course, to get it all working together. And oh, that is a big slide for Walters. Yeah, he's going to hit the wall. That's the lap time ruined for now. Only 4 drives with a valid lap, and that's not going to be doing any favors. So we also see the back row that, yes, he has hit the wall a little bit there. Only 6 kilometers an hour, so his car's going to be a-okay, but still. Now, I'm also reading along with the YouTube chat here, so if you guys have any questions or if there's anything you guys want to point out, feel free to let me know. So we do see another crash coming in there towards the Kleines carousel for Kaman. He's hit the wall twice, unfortunately. That's not going to do his lap times any good, though. do this time around not have any live timing here. Every incident's going to be looked at afterwards though, so no big deal. We will see some drivers losing their positions afterwards. And on the German stream, we've actually gone all out. We've got interviews going on along the way, so it's going to be a lot of fun to watch along with that one. And we're live on 2 channels, the Nürburgring official channel, but also the Nürburgring eSports channel. And make sure you subscribe to both, because we've got some very, very fun things coming up soon. As for now, though, we see that well, Waller's made his way over towards the Nürburgring Nordschleife now. He's got a very, very long way to go coming out of Sabine Schmidt's curve. Already had an incident, obviously, on the GP track. So it's definitely going to be quite tough here to get those lap times to improve. Of course, the fact that he has set a lap is going to help out massively, but for the majority of these drivers, they're treating it like an extra practice session. They'll be able to fight it out over the course of 3 hours, so they have opportunities to make up that time. And no one-on-one shadow AC Competizione, which is not what this is. This is the OG version. AC Competizione is a separate game, mainly focusing on the GT World Challenge series, which was actually at the Nürburgring last month. Obviously only using the GT track here. Now Vloekblad seemed to be all okay here for Wollers. Is going to get himself into one of the fastest sections of the circuit here. Pushing his way through. Then you're going to get into Schwedenkreuz, where you then need to immediately hit the brakes. Very, very hard to be able to slow down for Amber corner in time. And that's very tricky. You need to actually carry a deceiving amount of space into that corner, and also speed. Yes, you're absolutely right, Alju. This game is just so much more versatile than AC Competizione. I don't think there's mods for Competizione at all. Whereas, I think every single car that's in here... I mean, not all of them are modded, I think, but the majority of them are. Obviously, the 190E Evo II is in there. That one's modded. I think we also have the Alfa Romeo 75, of course, but I don't think that's picked by anyone. But we've got some entertaining driver rosters around here. The BMW M3 E30 of Canal having a little bit of a moment. Had to some other drivers pause before rejoining here. Well done. Yes, okay, that makes sense. So the Merc and BMW are Kunos, and the rest are modded here. So also interesting to see, of course, how they're balanced out in that sense. Because normally we have a quite strict BOP being run. The difference between the cars is mainly cosmetic and by the way they handle, but they'll have the same power and torque figures along the way to make it a little bit more fair. But on such a long track, it's also just really going to come down to whoever's fastest and cleanest, right? I mean, the Nürburgring to me has always been a track of making as little mistakes as possible. And unfortunately is another one here by Canal. So, not the cleanest start from him, let's be honest. It's got a long way to go, though. And currently just trying to get back up to speed here. Trying to find some kind of rhythm here. And this is basically all flat out for him. As Canal is coming along nicely here. Left-hander, you got to be careful that you don't go too wide here. If you just go flat out, you're probably not handling that in the Group A cars. Let's be honest. And then getting ready to get into the carousel pretty soon here. Tight right-hander coming up here. And this part is actually a little bit deceiving, because if you've ever been to the Nürburgring Nordschleife, you probably have noticed how flat this feels in the sim. But you're actually going up a lot here. To make your way around the carousel. Now, when I was at the Nürburgring for the first time, I parked at Brünchen and I walked all the way through the carousel. And then you'll notice just how much that elevation is. It's so hard to capture in the sim. Despite AC being really, really realistic. It is still just one of those moments where you realize just how immense this circuit is and how special it really is. And if you haven't come down here, you have the opportunity to, please do, because it's just something else. I've been at a lot of racetracks, a lot of those S-tier racetracks that a lot of drivers like, right? Think about Zandvoort, think about the Hockenheim Ring, think about the Nürburgring GP track. What else have I been to? I mean, plenty that I'm probably forgetting right now. But there's just something special about the Nordschleife. It just always hits different. And the spectating spots and the views that you can get, the opportunities for pictures, oh man. Man looking solid here, but he's got to really hit this brake point. You could just see how much that back is sliding out, but he's made his way through. Now can work on the downhill section to push through nicely. It's not easy for him. Look at how much speed he's carrying through here. Gotta go up here. Hit that left-hander. It's quite a tricky corner. Before you hit your brakes. Kaman seems confident. You can tell by the way that he's driving. Lines are just looking good into one of the slowest corners of the Nürburgring Nordschleife now. He's made his way through. Are there any weather effects in this race? We are using Sol for our weather, but I don't know what it's set to at the moment. And how many laps will this be? This is a 3-hour race, so it will be 3 hours how many laps they can do. But you can probably do the calculations yourself. I mean, we're doing about 9 minutes per lap, so it's going to be quite a few. Jan has decided to let his opponent go. Custom livery for him. See Lightning McQueen inspired. In number 5 like that. And oh, he's had a little bit of a moment coming out of the corner, making his way onto the Nordschleife. He spun out, unfortunately. And oh, that is not the rejoin you want to be having. Especially not if you're racing in the same region. Philax come to a stop here. Number 46 car of Walter Roll, I believe that is. He just about made his way on the Nordschleife here. We see Saracen standing the other way around, and it's become a very messy start here. So much crashing happening together here. Hawk is having a little bit of a moment. But there is a rolling time system. So in that sense, we are going to see that's going to get into the dark pretty soon. We're starting this race at 8 local time. And then it's going to continue at a one-time speed. So we're getting to that point where it's going to be 11 by the end of it. So it will be dark in the end there. Now, of course, it is summer. Conditions are tricky. Skier seems to be nailing it right now. Set the fastest time whenever the opportunity is there. Early third fastest overall. He's come to a halt immediately after. Probably doesn't have enough fuel to go for another run here. Time is now running out, so with 9 minutes left to go, can't really do much work in there. Yes, AC does have, I mean, their damage system isn't horrible per se, but you know, if you're getting cars licensed into a game, it's always tricky because, you know, obviously you don't want people to get the wrong idea about safety in a car. Alone how difficult it is to program that into a hardcore racing simulator like Assetto Corsa. Although you could argue it's one of the more accessible sims in terms of price and driving. Very customizable, which is my favorite thing about the sim. I've got plenty of hours in this sim myself. It's still one of my favorites. Although I've switched to iRacing for my competitive racing experience, I still have a good 250 hours in this game. I've enjoyed every single second of them. Baumert is trying to do the exact same thing right now. Currently, our pole sitter with a 9:12.984. Respectable lap time here. Currently making his way through the GP track. Currently getting up to the Michael Schumacher S, which obviously can be taken flat in cars like GT3 spec, but not in this, probably. Hope you do need to lift a little bit there. Just look at how much that backhand slides out there. So that's going to be a difficult task here for drivers to hold on. These older cars are not easy by any means, and especially for the people that usually drive, like for example the hypercars, they're going to have a struggle here. So for Baumert, it's done well, and he's just going to navigate these tight corners coming up before he can start his lap on towards the Nordschleife here, with a little bit under 4 minutes to go. Just look at how much he's pushing that car. He's on the absolute minute into the Sabine Schmitz curve coming. Also looking good. This is a tricky car because the tricky corner because the wall really comes towards you when you're going upwards like this. He's just made his way on towards the Nürburgring. Gonna start pushing through. And with Hatzenbach coming up, he's already got to be very much on it here. Just look at how much he's fighting that car to keep it clean. Braking hard. Using a little bit of engine braking too to get the car slowed in time. But he's going to be one to watch here because he's currently really on fire. But just look at how sketchy it is. Touches the curbs a little bit and then the car is just immediately upset. He has made his way through Hooghagen right now, and he is currently on his way to keep pushing towards Vlugplaats here. Obviously also not flat in this car, obviously. Although I say that. No, okay, so yeah, you do need to brake a little bit here. He was carrying a lot of speed through there, but had to lift a little bit here. Currently this is Baumert from the Nürburgring location. The fastest driver out here. When you get to Swedenkreuz, you can cut across rather aggressively here. And if you've ever done a lap of the Nürburgring yourself at high speed, or if you've ever been taxied around in one of those companies, right? I personally have, and that's where you realize just how hard that braking zone is and how much speed you can carry through there. Yes, I do expect the drivers to be a little bit more careful. Obviously, drivers like Baumert are very much experienced. Have done more races here. Coming up to a back marker now, the 46, no, it's the number 12 car. The Group A Nissan Skyline. And out of the way nicely here. And just look at that mere speed difference here. Currently 9 drivers having set a lap here. It's going to be a little bit of a weird qualifying with no one really having set any laps in. That's just because how wrong it is. And that is at the viewer out there. I like that. That's good looking. Just look at how much he's pushing here now. This is tricky. Zip miss is always one of those corners where you need to know your apexes, and sure, he could have pushed inside a little bit more into another very slow corner here, also one of the slowest of the track. We're going all out on that downhill. This man is currently on a mad push, let me tell you. Making his way through. I must say currently that backtrack was looking like no problem for him. General seems to be totally okay on either of the lines. Yes, as we're approaching the end of the session here, we do see that some of these drivers are still some crashes here, but it's currently the BMWs that stand on top here, with top 3 all consisting of E30 M3s there. Oh, that was a little bit sketchy for Saracen, I believe. That is the end of the session and coming through. So some drivers still on the track right now, but it has been called to a stop here. So what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get ready for the race coming up soon. And, well, it's not going to be long then. So we'll be taking a little bit of a break, probably around 5 minutes. Afterwards, we're going to be back with our safety car start here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. So stay tuned as we are going to get ready for a 3-hour endurance race.
The atmosphere, the people here around are so passionate, so it's incredible.
I get goosebumps every time I see this.
The Nürburgring is really a very special place, and it's a very difficult place.
It's very, very good to have all these fans back here in the home of motorsport.
The atmosphere, the people here around are so passionate, so it's incredible.
I get goosebumps every time I see this.
The Nürburgring is really a very special place, and it's a very difficult place.
It's very, very good to have all these fans back here in the home of motorsport.
Atmosphere. It's the calm before the storm.
The atmosphere, the people here around are so passionate, so it's incredible.
I get goosebumps every time I see this.
The Nürburgring is really a very special place, and it's a very difficult place.
It's very, very good to have all these fans back here in the home of motorsport.
Atmosphere. It's the calm before the storm.
The atmosphere, the people here around are so passionate, so it's incredible.
I get goosebumps every time I see this.
The Nürburgring is really a very special place, and it's a very difficult place.
very, very good to have all these fans back here in the home of motorsport.
Then we're back, and this time around it's be quite a fun one here too, because we are live with the first session here, the race starting off now, and we're gonna get going. So the safety car needs to overtake all the other cars, and as soon as that's now happening, you can see the other drivers starting their race here. And now do note that the drivers in here have had to go through a briefing process where the drivers are instructed on what to do. It's L-A-OK as far as I can tell. Everyone has gone off. Some drivers are in the pit lane though. Those are mainly the support vehicles, although I think there's also one team starting from the pits right now. It's a little bit hard to see, but we will find out eventually. Now, we can go live here and just see how this goes. We're behind the safety car, all these drivers up to speed, double file as we make our way through. The timer has already started off, so this is costing us a little bit of race time, but we should be all good to go here. And we are gonna go live with a 3-hour race here in teams here at the Nürburgring eSports channel. Now, looks like the final couple corners are coming up, and as soon as the driver's gonna make their way in towards the pit, now the safety car drives away, and once he comes in, it's all on the drivers starting here on the main straight. Baumert and Schultz together at the front, and we are off for 3 hours of team racing, making our way through the first couple corners. It is going to be Schultz slotting in a second place here, and everyone's giving each other a little bit of room, a little bit of a dive there for the number 4 car. Slight contact being made, but everyone's made it through. You got to be careful. Those tires are quite close, and yet there was a little bit of a spin there. Jolja had some contact there. Aishan also getting himself involved, and Schultz currently trying to lead the way. Baumer now actually going in front. Schultz in second, and see very close involved in that battle here, so everyone's made their way through safely by the looks of it. Everyone driving, sure there's a little bit of a gap between some of these drivers, but it's all very minimal. Baumert making contact with Schultz here, and Schultz now also making contact with Joka, that was. Slimkert also getting himself involved. The drivers come from Koblenz are all pushing in very aggressively, with the BMWs here leading the way. Now don't worry about the live timing part so far, that will update itself as we go along the way. Unfortunately, only updates once every few seconds, so still the same battle at the front here. Baumert together with Schultz, as the first drivers are currently making their way up towards the final couple corners to get in towards the Nürburgring Nordschleife for the absolute first time here. And so far, it is BMW dominance. They're just driving in a group all together at once. And we are going to see driver swaps coming through this. So pace and skill level might differ a little bit here. You do see some of these cars sliding. Schultz looking for an opportunity around the outside here, but he's got to be careful as he does so. Making their way in towards the Nürburgring Nordschleife for the first time. I think everyone survived the Sabine Schmitz curve as far as I can tell. We do see a couple drivers here really on edge as we make our way through Hatzenbach for the first time now. It is still the same driver up front here. Schultz still chasing. Not able to go for the overtake just yet here. But everyone's made their way through, slaloming hard. And these three are immediately showing more pace than anybody else. Vidlak is currently in a solid 4th place here. Schlimkert having a little bit of a moment here. There's a big crash there. I'm not sure who that was, unfortunately, but it was quite a big one. Was it Ruricht? It might have been. There is contact all over the place here, and we do not see the cars coming up the Flugplatz. You gotta make sure you nail that right-hander here. And it seemed like one of the BMWs there, that was the BMW of Schultz, being very much on edge here, still gonna be making their way down here. We do see that Baumert, unfortunately, has now really got to defend aggressively. The BMW behind him is chasing as they make their way into Auerenberg here. Who's gonna dare and go for a dive down the inside? I think there was a little bit of contact made between the two. And was that just the one getting spun around? No, I thought it was, but luckily not. Now side by side. This is not a place you want to be going side by side, and you're both going to lose a lot of time. But the Audi just simply doesn't have the pace to catch up with them. It's just really those three who are at the front here. Big crash for Cheyenne, not shown on stream. He's come off into the barrier at 120 kilometers an hour as we're now into one of the slower corners of the track. Schultz leading. He's made his way by now. Baumert now immediately going back to the chasing here. We do see that both of these drivers are able to contest, but currently they are fighting with each other. Schultz might just be about to drive away here. Making his way into those two left-handers here. First one seems to be going solidly. Schultz braking rather hard for that corner, it felt like. But it doesn't really matter much. He is still ahead. And keep in mind, we are driving Group A and 1980s and 1990s DTM cars. So we'll see, not really there in terms of modern downforce standards. But very much iconic cars here. And this is obviously back when the DTM ran not only tracks like the Nürburgring, but also some tracks that are now long gone. For example, Albus is one that I always like to bring up. Such a weird and quirky circuit. This is Silbernago currently trying to get by the or ahead of him, but he seems to be having a hard time here getting behind his Volvo. One of the few Volvos out there. I think it's actually the only one today that has opted for the car. He's made his way past the slowest corner now and currently on his downhill. Contact being made by Gaetani, but also by Schlimkert, and has quite a few of them at the back. Silbernack's going to try and go side by side. Should have the inside line, but he's already managed to make his way past the Opel here of Jesse. So in that sense, good job. That is the Opel Omega car that has currently managed to hold on pretty nicely here. Baumert's still chasing Schultz. He's got a long way to go, and he's also looking at rearview mirror because Ruricht is going to try and get by here. Obviously has a massive slipstream. That's going to help out so much here as they're making their way through a very fast set of corners here. The left-hander, actually, you got to brake a little bit for not this one, but the one afterwards. And then maybe an opportunity will arrive here. There, the race leader, Schultz, had gone off track. I don't think he hit the wall there, but he is now also losing quite a bit of time here as they are pushing through on the right-hander, making their way in towards the carousel for the first time. So we're going to see these drivers now moving up the hill. This is actually way more uphill than it looks, as I mentioned during qualifying. But still Schultz first, Baumert second, Ruricht chasing. We do see that Fidelak does have quite a bit of pace here around the Nürburgring. He's not able to keep up with the BMWs. Seems like everyone's made it through rather nicely. We are seeing that a top group currently really setting the pace for one of these other drivers here. And, well, already getting to the later part of the circuit here. And now that's always, to me, an interesting part, right? Because as soon as you get to Brunchen, these drivers are currently heading. It's always like, that's such an iconic viewpoint to me, right? So far, though, it seems like everyone's doing quite alright here. It's right-hander coming up, and then another right-hander. Just look at how much these cars are slipping and sliding all over the place here. Yeah, they've made their way past the Brunchen Parkplatz now, and we do see into YouTube corner that the first three drivers have made their way through. And now you can go and try and change. We also see Kraminski are trying to catch up with Fidelak in the background. He has made quite the space up here as we're making our way into Pfansgaten for the first time. This is really where your cars get air a little bit, and that's also where you need to be careful that you can keep your car stable around here. These iconic machines are doing exactly that right now. Kraminski trying to fight hard, needs to try and find his way by though, and that's always a tricky part. We do see that the Toyota Supra is, against all odds, or at least against my odds, very much competitive here. As these three are going flat out, maybe an opportunity will come around. I mean, they're trying to go side by side, but I think Fidelak knows how to cover this off pretty wisely here. So Alfa Romeo not quite pushing through as of yet. They'll have more opportunities. Race is very long as we come into the Kleines Carousel. We do see that Fidelak is defending his space rather nicely here, but the Audi seems to be rather boaty compared to, for example, the BMW. There's actually 2 of them on the grid right now, 25 drivers total. Rather 25 teams. Some of these will be doing it solo, others will be driving it together. That's the fun part about it. And now in this very, very long Slipstream Fest, things are really gonna get shaken up here. So once you're past the Duttingenheuer, now you're just gonna be making your way through towards the Tourist Drive entrance, right? And that is where, oh, big contact being made. Fidelak involved, Kraminski involved. Oh no. That's not good at all, but yeah. It's not often that you see a crash around that area. Surely we're gonna see some other drivers get into the pits now, and I think that was actually a barrier hit at almost 80 kilometers an hour. And that is really going to change things up here. Fidelak has also gotten a little bit of damage in. He's fallen back so many positions now. Yes, also making contact with 90 kilometers per hour in towards the wall here. Actually on the GP part of the track this time around, I think it was. Actually, not quite yet. Fidelak is currently about to cross it, and he's well behind that at this point. So, no, it actually was just about before entering the track here. So, we make our way past the main grandstands towards the Mercedes-Benz Arena. Obviously, we're using this kind of shortcut that we're quite used to with these races. And now we do see that the BMWs are still leading it. Schultz currently leading the way. It's got a long way to go still. First lap has officially ended for these drivers, and we do see that the gaps are building up a little bit here. As we're making our way through here, we do just see how big that gap has become, especially after that crash. It's really gone downhill here for example, Fidelak was involved, but also Schoenfeld. And, well, Romanovsky is the one who got away with it the most. That is really benefiting him right now. In terms of raw pace, there's still a gap to be made up here. This is Gerards, currently the leading Mercedes-Benz. Seeing the iconic Decra colors also. Love seeing that livery. Schoenfeld is currently all over him though. And this is really your best opportunity to try and go for an overtake. The Nürburgring Nordschleife itself is obviously not a very overtake-heavy track. So this is your opportunity to get by on the GP part of the circuit here. And just look at how much curbs they're just pushing their cars over. Absolute madness. Gerards still leading though. Making his way onto the Nordschleife yet again. And will now be pushing to try and keep that Supra Mark III behind him. It's a Group A car so far. Pretty competitive. Good to see. As Cheyans had a little bit of a moment there. Look at this also. You could just see how these drivers are sitting, being pushed over in their sim rig, which is full motion, of course. Triple TVs. It's all you really want, and it's just such a cool concept, right? So there's plenty of Nürburgring eSports centers around. It is the Nürburgring, which obviously is the main location. They're all over Germany and also Switzerland. So right now you can see the Nürburgring location, you can see Koblenz, and you can see Cologne, or Köln as you pronounce it in German. All these drivers are currently just strapped up in their seat, doing what they're supposed to do. So trying to just push their cars to the max, and we'll see if they can get around to it. Maybe we'll see some of these drivers later on in the interviews, which will be held on the German stream only. Yeah, we've got locations in Germany and also Switzerland, and all these drivers are competing in the same server right now, with some of them sitting at home while during the Nürburgring eSports Championship, the NEC. Some of these drivers are actually, all of them will be sitting in their rig somewhere in Germany or in Switzerland, and none of them will be at home. So it is equal playing fields for everyone. Oh, not everyone can obviously get in as much practice as the other can. Ask Kraminski. Just minding his own business right now, but Romanowski seems to be quicker. Alfa Romeo, dapper in pushing through, but sketchy at times also. Seems to be holding on just fine though. I've obviously driven this car in Assetto Corsa myself, and let me tell you, it is proper sketchy at times. Still, I love driving that thing. Yes, it's definitely cool. I agree. Now, I have a sim rig at home, but it's just, it doesn't compare, man. The atmosphere is just completely different, of course. If you're there, you might as well do a couple laps over the Nürburgring in your own car, or maybe get taxied around. I went there for the Nürburgring Endurance Championship last time around, the Langstrecken Series, the LLS. That was good fun last summer. And, visiting again, hopefully for the 24 hours. We do have a little bit of a spin here for the Sonax. It's a belief that is Axlan getting himself involved. A little bit of a crash there. Passing in time, luckily still out of Grenzer though, but he has lost 2 positions. I'll have to try and make that up here. Copenhagen doing well to push on though. He's now catching up to that Supra a little bit here, or sorry, that Ford Escort of course. Now it's heavy braking yet again. And there is the attack. It's now fully opened up. Oh, that's sketchy. Yeah, the Ford went off. I don't even think they touched each other. Up until that point, Silberneger's going to be able to get the most of it, though. And, well, Ford now left scrambling, looking to recover. And that is so tough out there. That's what happens, you know. That's racing for you. I must say, I'm in love with the Volvo, personally. It's just such a goofy little car. You don't expect on a racetrack like this at all, but you know, Volvo, of course, they do still have their motorsports heritage, believe it or not, and that was Schoenfeld. Oh, that was sketchy with the Mercedes. Mercedes will stay ahead here as they push through the Carioca carousel, but Schoenfeld's not going to be happy with that at all. The Mercedes is just trying to get away desperately as possible here, but going to be able to do so as of yet, as Jess has made some contact here with the barrier, unfortunately. The H8 is no problem for either of these drivers. Keep pushing now. So obviously you're more than halfway through the track at this point. You can get ready to start fighting at Brunchen in front of all the spectators there in the crowd. And what makes the Nürburgring so great is how much of it is walkable too. Here we go. Once again into the right-handers here. Down the hill. Makes for some really good pictures here. And it currently is still Gerards pushing through ahead. Schoenfeld also getting a little bit sketchy there on the back tires here. Looks like he's in a drift car more than anything sometimes. And he is trying to keep that car just under his control, and he's having a hard time doing so. As Haas has gone off and hit the barriers, unfortunately. Now he is already quite far behind, and Stenkert also having a little bit of a moment here. Schoenfeld going wide. He's got to make sure to avoid that barrier, though. Drifting his way through the grass. Has he saved it? Yes, he has. But just look at how much that car is wiggling around right there. And I don't know whether that's a setup thing or whether the car is just actually borderline undrivable, but he's safe. He's managed to go ahead still. This is Baumert, currently the last BMW in the top 3 that were fighting for the lead very early on in this race. We have now seen they've lost a little bit of time compared to each other. Oh, sorry. Yes, you're right. Ford Sierra. What am I saying? There's 2 versions of Fords that they were actually able to pick. But I only see one of them on the live timing, unfortunately. We've got the BMW, the Toyota Supra, Alfa Romeo 75, the 190e Evo II. You see the Audi V8, it's always in there. There's one Ford Sierra, there's one Ford only. I see one Opel Omega and some Skylines along the way. But yes, there's no other Ford. Even though they were able to pick the Mustang GT 5.0 as well. No one's actually opted to go for that car, unfortunately. I think other than that, all the other cars that could be chosen are on the grid. So I think it's only the Mustang that we're missing this time around here. And, you know, I think when it comes to these muscle cars, you know, you got to be the right person for it. I'm not big on muscle cars myself. I like German cars and Japanese car a little bit more. Of course, these blue, beautiful, flamboyant Italian cars you can never go wrong with either. This group of DTM and Group A legends really fits the team quite well today. Makes it feel like a blast from the past, although I'm saying that as if I'm nostalgic, but I wasn't even born yet, to be honest. But to me, probably the peak of DTM, as far as I am able to see and tell from other videos that I've watched in the past. Yet to see DTM live for the first time in my life. Should be next year, hopefully, at Zandvoort, but never feel the same as this, obviously. And on this big straight, you can just see how much these cars are swerving along here, just trying to not give each other any of the slipstream. Yes, trying to see if he could escape from Hawk, who's pushing it to the absolute limit, but also is trying to chase Saracen. Now Hawk had actually made up a couple seconds here. He's down to 33.3 now. Still, yes, it seems to be safe from behind for now. Saracen doesn't want to give him anything. And will continue to fight. Opel Omega is trying to see if he could maybe send it somewhere down the inside, but this is going to be just way too much space, and you got to wait for the right moment here. But if you want to go for it somewhere, you got to do it on the GP track. And there's the RT Racing Mercedes coming together with, yes, both drivers going off, both able to continue. There is contact, there is damage. It's not pretty by any means. I very much admire the effort that some drivers have put into get custom liveries going, but also just to really try and tame those cars, because racing obviously nowadays is these kind of classes, or at least in the DTM cars, GT3 cars, you know, you've got your ABS, you've got your traction control, all these modern assists to help you. Whereas this was a lot more pure and a lot more on edge than it used to be. It feels like sometimes taming the car in itself is already tricky. I must say the cars from this time, and they're just absolutely beautiful here. Coming into the left-hander, you got to brake rather hard though. Yes, currently not able to catch on to the RT Racing car that he just came in contact with in turn 1 and 2. That's what we call an Opel Monza in South Africa. That's cool. I was actually just thinking about it too. I mean, Opel's such a weird brand when you think about it, right? They've got their Vauxhall kind of thing going on. A lot of countries do that locally. I do think the Opel Monza is quite a cool name, actually. I didn't know they call it that over there. Obviously, you guys are also right and drive, if I'm not mistaken, when it comes to the cars. Yes, makes his way on towards the Nordschleife yet again. 2 laps have been completed so far. We are a little bit over 2.5 hours away from the conclusion here of this drive. Krominski trying to chase his Polish brother Manowski around here, and if done a good job at getting the kart slowed down to the Adenauer Forest. After that, kind of picks up a little bit more pace again. Ashian and Haag both make contact, unfortunately. There you could just see also how much on edge that car is from time to time. Supra holding on nicely. And although we saw just how sketchy they were to drive and how difficult it was to keep them where you want them to be, both the Toyota drivers here have actually done a massive job in terms of race results so far. I mean, Ronowski's in P4, Schoenfeld is in P6. Need to be separated by the only Alfa Romeo on the grid. Of course, that is the Alfa Romeo 75 Turbo. One of the coolest cars to me that's ever driven in the DTM series. Actually, I have a picture as my wallpaper of that car. Schoenfeld now, seeing Gerards appear in his rearview mirrors, currently is leading between the two. And we do now also see that Feel like a Sobernagel want to have a little bit of a look here. As the other driver had pace in the beginning, unfortunately involved in that incident, picked up quite a bit of damage, which has cost him plenty of time now. But the driver's already just so separated now. We've got drivers that are well on their way towards the carousel. In fact, are taking it as we speak. And we still have some drivers which have only just now crossed the start-finish line of the Nürburgring Nordschleife here. So quite the pace shake-up here. It makes sense, right? Obviously, very much an accessible eSports championship in the sense that everyone can come down here and race. There's no qualifying. You could just pay a fee and you can enter. Yeah, it's Opel in South Africa, but it is actually not Vauxhall in Australia. It's, I believe it's Holden, right? I think they're the same company, but they just make a little bit different cars. Whereas Vauxhalls and Opels are just basically one-to-one versions. But, you know, every car manufacturer has their unique versions of things. For example, indeed, we have Dacia, although that also actually depends on the country. You can get a Renault Logan, for example, in some countries, whereas it's Dacia Logan where I live. We have Cameron back in the server, joining back from the Cologne Nürburgring eSports Center. I must call it that. Esports Bar, I think we call it. The proper name is RT Racing. Is going to go down the inside here of Saracen, and has actually just managed to pull off that move to move up into P14. Of course, now immediately able to get a little bit of a gap in. Saracen probably realized that it was better to pick his fights and realized that he couldn't win that one. Temperature's still looking good, and it's still being quite light out there. That is bound to change at some point, though. Our ambient temp is around 20 degrees Celsius, with the road temp at 26. But with the night falling soon, we are going to see those temps drop a little bit here, and therefore also see the grip get a little bit less there, although we are getting plenty of rubber on the track right now. RT Racing makes their way through the final right-hander, so you can get into the carousel here. Saracen currently on the second behind. Yes, following on a 1.5 seconds, but he's been a little bit less consistent here. Now, do note that the drivers that you have seen on top are actually mainly drivers from the AC Friends community. So we do have our first stop and go here for pit lane time. Well, not sure what that means exactly. I guess that is a driver swap of some sort or something along these lines here. Don't mind my producer just putting up a little bit of a screen to check something. We are running off a clean feed, which means that every stream is seeing the exact same. And this time around, we actually have 4 streams. We have 2 streams on the Nürburgring channel, a German one and an English one. And on top of that, we have the same streams over on the Nürburgring eSports channel, where you can also follow along with the Nürburgring eSports Championship, which actually is driven with the GT3 and hypercars, the GTPs as the Americans like to call it, LMDH/LMH for the World Endurance Championship viewers. And these drivers, let me tell you, they're absolute mad. They're so quick. We're off to Interlagos for the next race there. It will be on the 25th. And oh, there's big contact being made between the RT racing car, Saracen. That's bad news. That is a massive crash, and that's plenty of positions gone. Yeah, yes, it's going to be laughing about that. Well, thank you very much, guys. I'll be taking that along the way. As I was saying, Interlagos coming up next here. We're seeing how this goes along the way. Your first half hour has come in. I'm expecting, considering there are some teams that have 3 drivers, I'm expecting these teams to go in about an hour left. I think fuel is just about fine for that. We're running the 100% fuel and tire wear rate, so we're seeing that these drivers actually do have to think about the tires and the fuel a little bit here. They need to play around with their own fuel tactics and such, just really adding a layer of depth here that we're not seeing pretty often in these races. As Shianis hit not only the barrier up front but also in the back. Seems like there's a little bit of latency on the clean feed right now, but that has fixed itself luckily. Gerards is now ahead. He's coming along nicely here. I think might be something wrong here with the clean feed. Hoping that will iron itself out, but I think we're back now. Luckily, all is okay afterwards. Now, please note actually that these Nürburgring eSports bars actually have something that's even cooler to me. But they're also doing live watch parties with, for example, the German national football team, or even Formula 1 you can go watch there. Obviously not right now, as we're driving this race, but I'm sure that the Baku Grand Prix is also being streamed over there. So you can come there and have a drink with like-minded people. Enjoy the racing. How fun is that? And of course you could then try and jewel someone to a race afterwards. Gerard's going really, really wide as he makes his way up towards the Nürburgring. Feeling like he's right behind him. And, well, he seems to be nailing it right now. And I actually thought at first that was Sebastian Fidelac, the one of these managers at the Nürburgring eSports location, but no, it's not him. Would have been fun though. So far it is Schultz doing well. Still leading. Gerards here defending. Watch as you possibly can. Currently, Gerards trying to push through, still in P7. Making their way ready to keep pushing towards the Clanard corner. Well, that shouldn't be underestimated by any means. Currently, Feld ahead of Gerards, and then it's Fidelac behind on 1.5 seconds. And let me tell you, he is quick, but unfortunately he hasn't been able to pick up enough pace to get by them. Actually, what was I saying? No, they weren't there yet. They were obviously still a little bit further back. I was looking at the race leader. was Schultz that is already there. Also a little bit of a crash there by Xian. So far the line's looking good here. Schultz leading. As you see that Schoenfeld's not quite able to escape here from the Mercedes. So far so good on the defending side of things. Now that also makes you wonder, of course, just how much more can these drivers do here when it comes to lap times. Are we going to see even more improvements? The current fastest lap that I've been able to see is a 9:11.901, probably belonging to our race leader Schultz. It's a rapid time. Let's come on, has hit the wall at 50 kilometers an hour, finds his car yellow damage all the way through here, so we're getting ready for that uphill now. Nailed that absolutely. Now, gotta make sure you hit your apexes. And you gotta nail your exits, but Schoenfeld has already had some moments there in the Super where it seemed rather sketchy. I think the Mercedes is a little bit more stable coming through. Silbernagel still in P9 in that Volvo. Katzi also going off. Katzi's in P12. He's hit the barrier twice. Once at 10 kilometers an hour, one at 32. Schoenfeld can really try and make up some space now. They are chasing, but already kind of out of the slipstream zone here. This will be pretty minor, although he is still catching up. I think that higher speed is just really also coming in there on these straights for the more powered Mercedes. At least it should be. Schoenfeld now getting ready to hit the karaoke carousel. Seems good for now. Just also look at those iconic graffitis, of course. It's just such an iconic track to me, right? So fun to see that action there. Drivers will be pushing through to try and get some distance in there. I don't think it is Gerard here that's driving slowly now. I do just genuinely believe that it's Schoenfeld who's picked up pace a little bit more here. I can try and push maybe a little bit harder now. Gap still 0.8. So far, I think he's also just getting a little bit more comfortable with the car now coming around. With the air time still being stable. I'm expecting him to go down a little bit later on as drivers will pass Brunchen. To one of the most popular viewing spots out there. YouTube corner is no problem for them this time around. You keep pushing here. See what else there is for grabs here towards the ice curve. So far it seems like Schoenfeld is well ahead though. No matter what you do. He wants this. He has picked up pace. Gerards were holding on nicely. Vidalak still kind of cruising on a 1.5 second gap behind. And in terms of the weather, I don't think we're seeing much change, although we are using a rolling time, which means that it is going to get darker towards the end of the session here. We're using the current local time, that is, so currently time is set to 20:55 in the evening. And with these conditions now changing a little bit slowly but surely, the sun will absolutely go down at some point. Now the only thing that's suspected to change a little bit here is the wind. With the wind currently standing around a 10 km/h wind, which is pretty marginal. It's pretty much not noticeable in cars like these anyways, where, you know, 10 kilometers in terms of wind isn't hard at all. Now, luckily for Schoenfeld, he does have a little bit of a gap Obviously, Kraminski is out of reach, but he's been allowed a little bit of a breather here on the main straight, driving 270 kilometers an hour in towards the final couple corners here. Right, it is now just get the most of it on, Ryan. Seems good for now, and now getting onto that main straight yet again. Is every single driver going to stay out, or are we going to see some early pit stops? As for now, the Schoenfeld is pushing on. So Gerrit and Fidelak said we'll stay close to each other. The gap's now kind of growing. See that the majority of the drivers has decided to stay out. The only drivers that have pitted for now are the drivers that have been behind for a while, the drivers that have had some bigger crashes in the beginning of the race. The first pit stop, obviously, come the first challenges. How are you going to play this? Are you going to go take new tires? I think the majority of the drivers will be. You're also going to have your driver swaps, so drivers with various skill levels getting behind the wheel in positions which are either more ahead or behind than they were expecting to begin with. And this Fidelak has made its way by Gerard. The GP track, the best opportunity to get by anyone, really. Well, we are seeing some back markers also getting involved into this now, and that's always a tricky part, right? Because Fidelak's got pace, we do know that. You still got to be aware that you are sharing the track with some of these drivers that are just less skilled than drivers that are doing consistently 912s around here. Currently it is Knauw is about to set his fastest time, and he's going to shave off significant seconds. 45 minutes ahead of last lap that he did. 45 seconds, of course, I mean, but just shows how hard it is to be consistent on a track like this. Which is why, for example, the RCN actually gives you bonus points for driving consistent laps around here, because that's just so tricky to do in general. It's before Sierra of Kaman, currently finding himself a little bit behind as he's had to come into the pits twice already. BMW diving in, so is the Sierra. Time for some potential driver swaps, at least for drivers to pick up pace then. A bit of a slide you could actually see for one of the drivers in Cologne. Catchy at times. So far all seems good here in our Nürburgring eSports centers. Now, Schultz still leading the way. 16 seconds he's managed to cut clear here in the Legends race, as we do see some contact being made by Fidelak and Cheyenne at the same time. Not involved directly, they were on different parts of the circuit. Actually both hit the barrier rather than another driver. A little bit of a coincidence there. But this man currently building up such a lead already here, and the gaps have become smaller. Now that was obviously what we were expecting at some point, but Schultz, it must feel like a hot lap simulator at this point, or a hot stint simulator if you want to call it that, because he's just so far ahead. The only thing that he needs to do is make sure that he doesn't back down. If he just keeps driving laps like this, no one's going to catch up with him. He is also the fastest driver when it comes to the lap times right now. Still the 911, 901 as the fastest lap time around. And for comparison, the driver in P2 is doing 913s consistently, so he's building up a gap here. Every single lap if he keeps going like this, because he's still sitting faster laps than the fastest lap that Rurecht has done. You see that the sun is slowly but surely getting down a little bit here by the way that it's projected onto the track. Nothing to worry about for any of these drivers as of yet though. Do see that Hess has had a crash with Grenzner in the background. We weren't able to catch it on the stream. Cars are both looking pretty damaged at that point here. And this just shows also how important it is that you communicate with the other drivers. Ooh, that was almost an off there for Schultz. He's still pushing. He still wants to see if he could get more out of this. Interestingly enough, he keeps cutting quite a bit of grass there. On a little bit of a side mission there through Staalstrecke. Actually, not Staalstrecke completely, but mainly closer to our corner. And obviously the carousel afterwards. But it just shows how much he's eager to push ahead still. Romanovsky also still driving alone. Can at least see Baumert there well ahead of him. Carly doesn't really have the pace to go for an attack anytime soon. Romanovsky taking the carousel nicely here. Just doesn't seem like he's got the pace to hold on at the moment here. Gap is currently 1.5 seconds. Baumert being a little bit more messy this time around, and that's going to cost him valuable time. Katsi, what can he then do? This BMW M3. Also driving quite far behind. Got a little bit of a minute to make up to the number 11. He's going to be worried about Gattani, a driver that's also participating in the Nürburgring eSports Championship. Where he's holding on nicely in his class, with him being back in the seat for that league in about a week. Will be next Thursday. That one's also live, but only on the Nürburgring eSports channel. Gattani now. Can he make up? Because the gap seems quite big to Katsi. 6.5 seconds. But Schlimkert having a little bit of a moment himself. Romanovsky has closed that gap down to 1.5 seconds here. Making their way through the final couple corners here off the track. Time to do it on is getting less and less. Which one's looking good? Really small carousel. It's actually quite easy to lose a bit of time there. I always struggle with that corner. So we do now make our way through the Galgan Cup, where we see also Romanovsky going quite wide before even entering the final corner. Sketchy from time to time here. It's now a little bit of a slipstream fest pushing through. See what they can do. Romanovsky trying to see if he could catch up here. He's got a long way to go still. The thing is also, I want to be having the opportunity to you know, push to the limit here, but also not take any risks. Now see drivers getting into the pits to serve a pit stop here. But that's also including some drivers who are getting in and out of their seat, quite literally in the physical eSports bars. But with Schultz now staying out there on track, Baumert going into the pit, we do see that the Supras have both moved on. Baumert and Rurik both coming in. Kraminski It's also followed along. Oh, Schoenfeld's gone for a little bit of a drift there. Just to make it work, yeah, it's just sketchy at times. We do see that Gerards is also moving on. He's done that just nicely. Yeah, these drivers will obviously have to come in a little bit later anyways. There's not enough room to try and get away with one pit stop less, perhaps. Seems pretty optimistic to me. Here so far, just not able to keep up with the Supras. We're actually doing just really well. Excited to see what this will look like, and it's gonna be hard to spot whether they've gone for driver swaps. But I think most of these drivers will be solo. I know that RT Racing is signed up as a team. There's plenty of drivers who are signed up as a team, but the thing is mainly is that you can only really tell by driving style, which is going to be hard to spot for someone like me who doesn't know these particular drivers very well. We see more drivers coming out of the pits. Can't see Baumert. Gillenlack's also in. So I just hope that it's the drivers that have stayed out. They know that they can drive another lap. Or at least they should be convinced that they are. Because if they fall without fuel a little bit later on, they're going to be so dissatisfied. And that is just race over right there. You got to teleport back to the pits. Stay there for a while. Drive your whole lap again. It's a risk you're taking. See what can come around. Currently Baumert trying to get up to pace here, but after just one lap we should be able to even this out. I think that you're just about on the edge if you can do another lap or not. Some drivers have kept it safe, others haven't. The margins are very small. Seems that the live feed has disappeared from us, which is a little bit unfortunate. Trying to get that restarted as soon as possible, because currently I'm aware there's only a black screen. I'm gonna try and fix this, and once I do, I'll be back to the stream immediately.
The atmosphere, the people here around are so passionate, so it's incredible.
I get goosebumps every time I see this.
The Nürburgring is really a very special place, and it's a very difficult place.
very, very good to have all these fans back here in the home of motorsport.
Okay, we have managed to get connection into the live stream again. There was a technical issue on the part of the clean feed, which is why the stream went black for a second for me. Also for you guys. But we are back at it now. This is our German commentator behind the wheel. So yeah, let's see what we've missed then. Schultz still leading. We're a little bit further into the lap, of course. I was quickly talking to the technical guys to see what was up with the stream. So I don't know whether we've missed much action there. I do see that Hawk has gone a little bit outside of track limits there, but he's managed to stay on it for now, which is the most important part. Schultz is now into the pit, so we're going to see where he ends up. Nowski and Schoenfeld should soon be getting in that mix together with the other drivers, and that would also mean everyone's gonna be good to go. Yeah, there it is. Is he gonna hit the wall? No, he seems to be okay. Sketchy, most definitely. Nowski now about to make a decision whether he wants to get into it. No, he did hit the wall a little bit there, but only at 10 kilometers an hour, so no big deal. He's got damage on that car, you could tell pretty heavily. He's trying to just make his way back to the pits there. He's going to be struggling and he's going to have to come in. All is okay. He's able to continue. Command's also picked up damage on his rear end. You can tell that that bumper's pretty loose on the Ford Sierra that he's driving. By the looks of it, we do still have plenty of drivers in towards that pit, and Nowski has come in. Schultz is still in that pits actually. Gerard's just gone ahead of him temporarily because his pit stop is a little bit further up, so don't mind that too much. It's all gonna sort himself out. Now, to give you an idea of what the tracks were around the era that these drivers were driving in, these kind of cars, right? We're talking about the late 80s, begin 90s. I've put up the track calendar of the 1991 DTM season, which was Zolder, Hockenheim, Nürburgring. That is the GP version. Aarhus, Nürburgring, Obviously, a street track. Singen also being a street race. Quite interesting to see them both in there. That is in Baden-Württemberg, a industrial terrain that they were racing on back then, and Hockenheim. So, still the most iconic German tracks being covered. Yes, to answer your question, videos for Ardils, yes, we are on Assetto Corsa. Still the most accessible and most multifunctional kind of sim, it feels like. To me, that is at least quite cool to see. Baumer's currently in P8, but plenty of drivers in the pit there, so we should be able to overtake him. Axel has stayed out by the looks of it. That pitch just a little bit later here, but we have crossed that 1 hour mark now. Means that logically we'll be seeing some drivers swap around then. First stint is done. Baumer Motorsport actually also on the car of Baumer. That's a nice little detail. This man, now currently the race leader, hasn't really been a driver at the top for very long this race, so it's cool for him to be up front, but to see that when he comes in, Schultz should be right back in towards his spot at the front, as he currently just is the fastest driver out there. There's no denying that, right? And impressive. I mean, Axel is doing lap times that are about the 9:31 being his fastest right now. I was just double checking if I read that correctly. Whilst drivers up front are doing 9:11, 9:12. Just a little bit closer to each other. He's quite far back when it comes to his lap times. With consistency and also his desire to put out another lap, he's able to keep going. He could also very well be just driving this solo. Therefore has that advantage of being able to just decide everything on his own without taking anything away from his teammate. Now, he is also from the AC Friends group, and usually that means that they're racing online from their own home rig, which means they're driving on any setup really. Could be anything from a cheap entry-level Fanatec or Logitech wheel to a full-blown 6 DOF motion rig. For everyone in the Nürburgring eSports bars, it's obviously the same. It is just the same rig for everyone. You've got your triple TVs, you've got your motion rigs in place, your direct drive wheel and your load cell pedals. But get the most realistic and also the most competitive racing simulator in there. Everyone who's once in his life touched a motion rig will know just how amazing it feels to be in one. This is Canal catching up to Katsi here. Mistakes being made there, but Canal seems to have more pace. Make their way through the small carousel to keep pushing now towards the end. Right-handers coming up. I don't think that Canal's going to get much of the slipstream here, even though he seems to be quicker than Katsi right now. I guess we're going to find out. They're going to head onto this very, very long straight here. This is where usually your first drive would be ending. And just look at that slipstream now. He's definitely in it, and he is now looking to pick up the pace here. Might have the opportunity to move around, and they're going to go side by side. But to find out the winner, just a little bit more time. Alright, it looks like the other clean feed isn't back. That's weird. Should be. Okay, no, it is totally fine. Oh, big crash there into the wall. Greenfried had a little bit of a moment, but he's now back at it, unfortunately. I think it has been picked up at least. Yes, indeed, we do have vision again. So that's good. Canal trying to see whatever is left. Axon leading the way, 44 seconds behind the Schultz, who's already served one of his pit stops. So he took him in, and Canal's going to go very wide. He's going to hit the wall. Yes, he is. Not a big hit by any means. But that's still pretty much... I don't want to say race over. It's not that, but it's going to be damage. It's going to be time lost, and you've just lost your connection to Katsi completely. A driver, you were actually driving faster than in the beginning of the race. But yeah, it's not going to be enough now. Need to try and make up all that space again, of course, and that's going to cost a valuable time. Yeah, 5-second penalty here for speeding in the pit lane for Jakjoka. See, given out by the real penalty set, of course, the app that we're using here that will keep track of the driver's track cuts, for example, but also things like speeding in the pit lane. Which is absolutely possible. I do see him disconnecting from the server immediately afterwards, though, so I hope that he's all okay and able to rejoin. Already you see just how big the gaps are from time to time. Canal trying to see just if he could make that connection up to Katsi again. He is quicker and he knows it. We do see that the sun is setting a little bit here. You could tell just by the shades that the game is producing. This Canal just once again showing is a quicker driver. And there is the spin around for Katsi. Canal will say thank you very much. I'll happily go ahead of you. Make my way on towards the Nordschleife before you can. Bit of a mistake being made there. That's going to cost you later on. I'm afraid that there's just no catching up now anymore. Katsi is now 15 seconds behind. And he knows that he is a little bit slower. Now his best time's over in 9:47. Katsi is actually 9:28, but it's mainly due to inconsistency on the side of Canal here. Joka back in the server from the Koblenz location, so he's got his issue fixed. Just enjoy that roar of the engine. This Canal is trying to see what he can do to get those lap times going. Needs to be fast and he needs to be consistent, and currently he's definitely fast here. Having an easy 250 kilometers an hour. Showing no signs of stopping here. You need to brake for Swedenkreuz, because otherwise you are going to be going off. And as was demonstrated quite recently, you don't really want to go off there. It's quite a hard crash if you do. Saracen has hit the wall, unfortunately for him. Holder wants to try and see if he could maybe make up some time here towards Verrick, but the gap is currently 8 seconds as he's made his way past Brunchen in towards the YouTube corner. That's where all the YouTubers are sitting at the Touristenfahrten to make some good content. The ice curve now getting out of the way. He's able to keep pushing here to Vansgaten. You're gonna see your car lift off the ground a little bit here, but it's been stable this time around. And you need back onto the throttle because you've got someone to catch, and Verrick has lost a little bit of time here, but the gap that he's lost, the gap is still so big, right? It's still 19 seconds at this point. Verrick is also catching Romanovsky, so maybe they'll be able to fight it out between them. And Axelen has made his way back to the pits now. Said it's going to be Schultz taking over the lead quite soon again. To bit of an awkward exit there for a Wöhler, and that's just something that happens from time to time. It's not an easy corner by any means. Anyway, into the long straight yet again. Race is still all good to go here. We're about halfway through now. Need about 20 more minutes to reach that halfway point here, and so far I must say that I'm very much impressed with the consistency some of these drivers are able to pull off. For example, Schultz just is on such a high level of driving today. He's increased that gap to Baumert yet again, and other than, you know, his last time being slow due to the pit stop, all his laps have just been around the 9:12 mark. Every single one of them, it feels like. Apart from obviously the starting lap. So it just shows how incredibly prepared he came today. And Schultz very much at home here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Bowler now. And by accident in the pits, that's a free position. He's back in P5. You could just tell that the BMW drivers together with the Toyotas have just been on it today. They're showing such consistency right now. So some of these drivers now being lapped already. After just 7 laps here for the leader. Current fastest time, however, does go to Baumert in P2. He's improved his best. And his time is now 9:10.9. So that's going to be only ever so slightly quicker than Schultz. But with different stats making 23 seconds between the drivers, it's going to be very difficult to hold on. Who knows, right? Schultz just really driving very much ahead of everyone else at this point. Boulder doing his thing around the GP track now. The GP track has its challenges, although obviously not nearly as dangerous and difficult to manage as the Nordschleife. It's by no means an easy track. And it looks like Boulder has managed to at least equalize this gap from the past couple months. Past couple laps, what am I saying? Verricht, however, is still showing that he has the pace. He's currently set a 9:13.592 as his fastest lap. Well, right behind is doing 9:19s as quickest here, so on paper he should be slower, but he's got that consistency going down, which is beyond impressive here for the fact that he's in a Supra, which has been pretty difficult to handle here over the past couple laps that they've driven across here. Most drivers now also on one pit stop. The drivers that have been involved in incidents or extra swaps, and ooh, that is sketchy from Boulder. He's really drifted his way through there. He's catching up to a backmarker Mercedes there. For a second I thought it was Gerard, but Gerard is actually behind him. The awareness is there and he'll be let through. Obviously, with everyone being able to come down here and race. Skill gaps, we were expecting them, but this big, maybe not really. Also, just take a moment to admire the liveries here that we've come around. I mean, just look at how beautiful this is. Boulder just seems to be going at it. Trying to clear that gap. Here is Grenzner. Max Grenzner is also a regular at the Nürburgring location. Also drives in the Nürburgring eSports Championship. Did decently well in Fuji last time around, but wasn't able to claim a podium spot in his class. And his fair share of incidents in the beginning of the race, which really ended up costing him. Peter and Kraminski both taking damage from the wall. They didn't hit each other. They did both hit the barriers, unfortunately, though. Even though they're driving quite close to each other, there was no contact between the two. The gap is still 6 seconds. Grenzner trying to close the gap into Saracen. It's 2.5 seconds here through the sector that everyone should be comfortable with doing. It's always a little bit of a weird one to me because I learned the Nürburgring Nordschleife pretty much the hard way by just going at it immediately, trying until you can memorize the layout. And that's been no easy task, don't get me wrong, but I would have loved to have a little bit more practice in any other way, because what I did is I just reset myself as soon as I took damage or hit the wall quite hard, which is, you know, how you kind of learn tracks like this, as feels like. And when I did eventually get myself to the point where I was doing decent laps in the beginning, I then found out, wait, actually I don't know the layout of the last sector at all. Last few sectors, in fact, and that was quite tricky to manage here. Rensner has moved up to Saracen here as they're about to go downhill. Yet again, you can just see how much the speed difference now really is, and Saracen also took quite a bit of curb there, I must say. Don't know whether that was intentional or not, but I'm gonna assume it wasn't. But there's, oh, I was gonna say there's no space for a move there. Gwenster's lucky to have saved that. Swiss driver, or at least the driver driving in Switzerland in the rocky location, is holding on to that position for just another couple corners here. Made their way out of the Adenauer Forest and are now currently on their way to get those left-handers in there. This one's a lot tighter than the previous one. You're gonna get yourself down the hill a little bit again before you need to brake into Kalanar corner. Which is also deceiving. You can actually go quite wide on that exit there and really push your car to the limit. Max Grandster now once again within a second of Saracen, so it's clear that he's quite a bit quicker here on the track. Shishian now getting back into the server. He's actually driving together with two of the drivers for the KBR Racing at home using a Logitech G29 on the PlayStation 4. So quite the switch up then in terms of setup. I mean, that's what I started out on. Entry-level gear, which is probably the most bang for your buck and the most fun you're going to have during this entire sim race. Because once you're getting yourself into upgrading and upgrading, it's going to become really expensive and also just so hard to maintain. Now, luckily for these drivers, they don't have to deal with that. They have the luxury position driving in pre-prepped sims by the professionals of Nürburgring eSports. Seems to me that Saracen has kind of realized also he's got a lot to do there. Maxon back to the spot where he belongs. P11 it is. So far, Saracen has nailed the lines. He seems to be solid all the way through here. Sean back in the server. Saracen driving through the carousel in the meanwhile. See all those iconic graffitis onto the track. Still there. Such a cool detail about it too. Now we do have more special events coming onto the Nürburgring eSports channel pretty soon. So we've got our Nürburgring eSports Championship races at Interlagos and Spa. We're also hosting the AC Friends 12-hour Classic, which is driven on the 1980 layout of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And You need to be able to pick up a license in advance to drive. So that is including the real experience of needing to not only get your racing license but also get your Nordschleife permit, which even Formula 1 drivers need to get still if they want to drive on the Nordschleife. Fun detail. Very much fun to see. Later on, we'll also have the virtual 24-hour of Le Mans being scheduled in November this year. So quite a few fun events here ahead of ourselves to look forward to. This being the first one that is on the official Nürburgring stream. But we also do have the same intentions for some of the other rounds coming on. But more information on that later. Details will be known a little bit later on. Sarah's in there really on the edge. You can tell that he's kind of just seeing if he can extract any more pace. Silbernagel also knows that he might be able to catch up. Just, did you guys hear that turbo whistle? Oh man, that's such a cool noise. Sound design on that car is just absolutely beautiful. One of these reasons that this sim is so great is its modability. So overall seems good here. Nagel leads in the Volvo class because he's the only one out there. But, you know, a solid midfield position here, right? Considering his 24 drivers, even P13, basically in the middle. I guess they're not trying to drive around, get his speeds up, and he's gone a little bit too wide there, but he's able to recover it nicely as he makes his way down Brunch, and all the people will be watching here, so the pressure is on. Gerard's here in his Mercedes. Really the fastest Mercedes out there, desperately to catch the Toyota Supra, who's gone on 2 wheels. That's going to cost him a little bit of time there. Be driving the car a little bit over the edge from time to time. Just look at how much of the track they're using. The lights come on. It's getting darker and darker out there. And it will be difficult here to hold on to your position. Gerard's here is seeing the Toyota struggle quite a little bit here through the first sector of the Nordschleife, which is a little bit surprising to me because he was absolutely on it earlier. And this is what it looks like from behind. Gaps are minimal. Muller needs to try and stay on it here. Currently still Schultz leading the way, and he's been in this lead for so long. It's just incredibly impressive what this man is showing in terms of consistency here. We did see Gerard's losing a little bit of pace there. On such a high-speed part of the circuit, it's always difficult to say. Well, they're slow on that exit, it felt like, and he's still sliding along. Gerard's just trying to see if he needs to actually try and risk it a little bit more, or if he's going to go for maybe, no, setting a trap, just poking the bear. He'll make a mistake eventually here. That is looking like a quick line from Gerard. It was a little bit slower here for the Supra, it felt like, most definitely. So the Adenauer force costing me quite a little bit of time here. But with these left-handers coming up, maybe he'll be able to escape again. Gaps between these drivers still very marginal. The weather now just slowly but surely turning around here. It's still light enough for all these drivers to be able to see well, but they gotta get used to this. Because usually what happens here, so within a couple minutes it will suddenly feel very dark. That will not only affect the lap times directly because you're able to see less, drivers will always just be a little bit less comfortable. All is currently well. Gerard's just so close. He's all over the bumper of Waller here. And question is for Waller here, is it worth defending? Or is he going to let Gerards go? Let him do his thing? And just trying to see if you can stay with him, follow in his footsteps, utilize that slipstream. Once again, that back end is just sliding out, whereas Gerard's car just seems to be absolutely planted right now. The brakes, you go into the right-hander. Tricky because you gotta nail that apex, you gotta get on that exit as soon as possible, and it seems that Waller has actually done that. We'll give him a little bit of breathing room because Gerard is not quite in the slipstream. He's a little bit too far away. So we're hitting incredible speeds of over 200 kilometers an hour here. And you know, 9,500 RPM is what we're almost hitting. This Mercedes. Need to brake for this corner, and it felt like the Supra was a little bit slower through there, but he still managed to expand that gap, so maybe there's just a little bit more top speed into that little Toyota that could. Gerards here seems confident, seems quick. He's got to make sure that he doesn't go too wide, though, as they're going to be making their way up towards the carousel now. Get a nice little view here of how these cars are behaving. Gerards just seems to have his car fully planted here. I haven't really seen a moment for him where he's slipping and sliding, whereas for the Supra, it seems to be quicker at certain places on the track, but it also seems to be just a little bit more sketchy, so maybe also a little bit more high risk, high reward here. Gerard so far nailing every single lap. I mean, it is just looking solid, right? Moving on, cutting the corner whenever the opportunity is there. Gaps will eventually present themselves. So far, Waller seems to be doing all okay. Actually, a fun little detail: if you make your way over to Brunchen and you want to try and walk towards Vanskaten, you can. It's quite the hike. Actually, you really need to get to some places that are rather rough, which is actually quite cool because, for example, those people that drive around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, not on the track but around the track, their mountain bikes, well, they're able to utilize those rough roads and get some nice views of the track. And you are actually able to get onto the track walking, or for example by biking on certain days. You can do a little bit of a tour around the Nürburgring, or you could, for example, do one of those days where you can drive with your bikes, or even for skiers on the Nürburgring GP circuit. There's some days for that, because not only is the Nürburgring iconic racetrack, it actually is also just a location where people come together. It's a business center. Also, for example, a place for festivals. Quite cool. Rock am Ring. Gattani currently finding himself cut up upon. It's excellent looking to come around. Silbernagle also in this freeway battle now. He's the only driver that hasn't turned on his lights in this group. Will soon be time. Gattani's leading that group. Feeling pretty confident they can try and stop them, because he's driving the car like he is in a position like that. These drivers are all doing similar lap times. Rensner may be a little bit more consistent than Gattani at times, and actually Excellent was leading the race at some point. Oh, there's the spin from Gattani. I don't think he got touched. It is YouTube corner that he goes out of. Axel and Silbernagle will continue the race as if nothing ever happened. But yeah, you know, Grenster just seems to be so far ahead, just more consistent. Excellent. And Silbernagle still fighting it out to get a Gattani, getting up to speed, but he's picked up quite heavy damage. That's going to cost him. It's going to cost him valuable time. It's going to cost him just maybe a little bit of your ego, right? Because you're doing so well in the race. Now you're struggling. Silbernagle still hasn't turned on his lights. Interesting as is. Now, I don't think it was in the briefing that you need to turn on your lights, but it's going to make it easier. Just listen to that turbo also. A little bit slower there. Through the small carousel. They're about to make their way up towards the start-finish straight again. The gap is going to be too big, so we can't really slipstream. Not too much here. 9:28 is the lap time to beat for him right now. Baumert is making up a little bit of time towards Schultz here for a race lead, but still not in a position to fight for it at all. Nagel holding on quite well in that Volvo, doing 270 kilometers an hour. There he is, Baumert now 18 seconds away from catching up to Schultz here. He might be able to. It's going to cost him quite a little bit of effort to do so. Baumert is doing well. Seems to be on it today, but still needs to try and see if he could catch Schultz. But Schultz obviously is from the AC France community. Might have a little bit more experience in his current seat than Baumert does. And even though he is a regular at the Nürburgring eSports Center location, it's still not really comparable. Any means, of course, you're still not going to feel as well at home, or at such a location than at home, I should say, because you have a little bit more experience. Also, just more time to practice, really, because every time you want to race in these rigs, you obviously need to find a location to do so. Whereas for the drivers at home, you could just get off after work and hop in the sim. What I do all the time, although I'm setting slower lap times, let's be honest. Skill ceiling of this race has been quite solid. Feels like Schultz and Baumert are really carrying this through. Rick, after 4 pits stops, finds himself behind Romanowski. Here it's getting close to Waller in an attempt to close down the gaps whenever he has the opportunity to. Baumert doing what he needs to. Rick, though, I think that was a little bit of lag there, because that's obviously not how it's driven. Just ignore that for now. Here it's looking to come around also. You can tell that it's getting darker out there. Even though the weather is projected to stay the same, there is rolling time in the server, so the time that it is currently is also the time it is in the sim. You'll notice that. Cool detail, most definitely. Those conditions changing, it's not going to be easy to hold on to it. Now, the weather actually is still the exact same. 6 degrees road temp and 20 degrees ambient temp, so we haven't seen that change around much. Sasbach has had a little bit of a crash somewhere on the field, but he's quite far behind some of the other drivers already. The current race leader on lap 9. You still have some drivers on lap 5 only. After 1.5 hours, there's the mistake from the Toyota Supra, and Gerrit will say, thank you very much, I'll make my way through. Even though I'm a big fan of that Supra, which is obviously not what you want to see. They were having a fun battle up until that point too, so quite a shame. Unfortunately, it's just the harsh reality. When you go to race, you need to be alert. single second of it, because even a small mistake will cost you a lot of time, and we do now see just how big that gap is built up to. It's already just immediately 12 seconds clear, essentially. You see that Baumert is coming around. They're trying to close the gap. Waller's picked up pace again, despite his car being damaged a little bit now. You could try and come in for a pit stop, but what I thought more likely is that when you're coming in for your driver swap or coming in for fuel, you just do everything at once. Because if you pit now, you're still going to have to come in anyways. A little bit later on, which is going to cost you valuable time. So far is Sobonayer doing well, but Axton wants to try and see if he could potentially pick up enough pace to try and go for an overtake. It's from the AC Friends server. So far he seems to be a little bit slower than Sobonagle. The Volvo. Such a cool variety of cars today. Cars that I am unfortunately yet to see in real life. A dream of mine, and he just made the look and sound is just absolutely amazing. Hawks had a big incident. And Command's actually hit the wall at 75 kilometers an hour. Finds himself on a severely damaged front and back bumper at this point. Coming around, trying to probably get back in the right direction. He's hit the wall again, this time at a little bit of a lower speed, but still though. Damage is done. Not going to be happy with that one at all, I think. Sobonagle, he wants this. Can he do? Just needs to try and see if he could drive away. There's a car facing the wrong way there. That was one of the back markers, I believe. That was come on. Indeed it is. A little bit of a spin. He's already behind by Martin. He's now able to get back on track, but with severely damaged. I think that was a suspension there, because that definitely looked like he struggled to get the car back in place. Cost him valuable time. The car actually looks not great, let's be honest, but aero-wise, not the worst. And currently, Baumert is still picking up fastest laps here and there. He's currently on a 909.422. Just over 2.5, I mean, almost 2.5 seconds, really. Faster than the current race leader. So we will see those times go together. Maybe we're going to see them meet a little bit later on, but margins just don't seem big enough right now. Drivers obviously also will have to come into the pits again here. And I'm surprised that Rurik, despite having served 4 pit stops so far, is doing so well in keeping up. It's just incredibly impressive. It feels like these drivers shouldn't be having those moments, right? Where they hold themselves to such a standard. But as for now, race is all doing well, and I'm also going to ask you guys kindly to keep it in English only in the chat. If you are in the German stream, of course, you're more than welcome to speak German in that chat. You're unfortunately not able to moderate any other languages, so please do that. This is Joka from the Koblenz eSports bar. It's Mercedes 190E Evo II. AG ripping the German brands whenever he can. And now I don't particularly remember that livery at all, but if you do, please let me know what driver that was from. Love to know. Here in the eSports bar, everything is holding up nicely here. Bar was in Cologne and Koblenz fully focused here. Unfortunately, that left him sim still unoccupied here in Cologne. But that could have been yours. They're doing a nice little dance there. That's on camera. That will never leave the internet again. Nürburgring area, everything looking good still. Harvest focus, some spectators also coming around. That might be just a fun idea. Just not even coming up to race, but just having a good time. Seeing what you could possibly make of this. Joka already holding on to his position. So Nagel is still seeing the accidents coming around on this straight, but he just doesn't have the pace to really try and go for an overtake. Fastest straight that is. Obviously such a long one also. 270 kilometers an hour as if it's nothing. A bit sketchy there. Silbernagel. Jackson not able to capitalize. He's still 1.5 seconds clear. Coming in towards turn 1. Seems to be going okay, and there we do see a little bit of a spin there. That's awkward. You need to try and get the car back in the same direction again. Cost you a valuable time. So far somebody, I think, has now climbed in towards the sim in Cologne. Should be all back to play. All the sims in Koblenz are in use as it stands right now. It's definitely one of the more popular locations that we do have. Not that far out of the city center, if I recall correctly. Definitely might be worth a visit if you want to try and race yourselves. But you should check out the website of Nürburgring eSports to find out whatever the closest location to you is. Especially if you live in Germany or Switzerland, you're gonna have quite an easy time finding the right place for you. We're always still expanding, looking for more opportunities. I wouldn't be surprised to see a location open eventually on the east side of Germany, maybe in Berlin or something like that. Even though pretty far away from the ring, I'm sure you'll find some people are very much into motorsports that would absolutely love to come down and participate in the races here. As I think we're seeing a little bit of a driver swap here in the cam in Cologne. Just gonna get into that and see. It's a little bit hard to tell. That is the man that's gonna do it. Time to set in, buckle up, get back into the server, and get yourself driving. Schultz still leading. Albert is a couple seconds behind, and we do now see also that they're helping each other out and driving out of the pits immediately. All good to go. Try and focus up now. Getting into that sim rig is not easy. It's kind of the same feeling that you're getting once you're getting into a kart, for example. We've now wanted to say just a little bit over an hour remaining, but we still have an hour and 15 minutes due to some unforeseen delays. We're seeing that it's getting darker and darker out there. A little bit of a mistake being made. Grandster will make his way by right there. But the Volvo is still very much battling. By that accident, not able to catch up, even though there was a clear mistake being made. These drivers all fighting for on-track position. Want to see that this late on into the race, everyone's still fighting. Continue to see what else there is up for grabs. Grenzner has made his way by. Just listen to that turbo whistle. It's so loud, that Volvo. Absolutely beautiful, I gotta say. Now, if you happen to be around, you want to hop in the sim, afterwards there's also going to be the ADAC 1000 kilometer race in Nürburgring Nordschleife, so that is definitely worth checking out if you're nearby. Grenster's made a mistake, he's gone off the track. It's going to cost him valuable time, but is that going to be the Volvo pushing through? Not yet at least, but just look at how much he's slipping and sliding all over the place. A messy start, a messy race. If they succeed, they will be able to hold on. But oh man. It's been an eventful race so far. I think that is fair to say. I just don't see Rurik moving back in towards the race win. I just don't see him do it. He's too far gone with all those pit stops that he's had to make. Schultz seems clear right now, and we do see the Volvo getting ahead of Max Grenzner now. They can try and keep pushing. But there's left up for grabs here. Grenzner. So far, holding on well. But just doesn't seem to have the raw pace of the Volvo, although also didn't really try and defend it that actively. Also realizing that it might be better to just pick your fights whenever you need to, than any effort into something that isn't worth the energy. Now, positions get swapped back, so Spencer now ahead as a little bit of mistakes been made by Silbernagel here. Both driving in the Nürburgring location, so they probably know who they're driving, and they might know a little bit about each other. It's just even more exciting to watch now. Oh, that's very wide there. Grenzner's off and he's gonna hit the wall. He's gotta be careful that he recovers the car because he currently is being chased. He's struggling to control it right now. That's sketchy. You can tell. And Axton wanted to get by, but needs to be very careful. Grenzner keeps it going, and I want to try and see if he could get ahead again. Or will stay ahead, rather. Didn't actually lose the position, thanks to Axton being very much aware of what was going on there. Able to avoid the collision. That should have been very much a big incident there. Schultz still leading. Gaps are quite big now. That's also thanks to Baumert coming in to serve another pit stop. Still out there, is going to go next lap most likely. So we'll see those gaps slowly but surely come down again. Yeah, we are now getting at that point where most of these drivers will be running out of fuel. Grenzner, 5 Pansgaden, can now try and go push again. Hard as he possibly can. This section, let me tell you, is quick. It's just basically all flat, although Grenzner struggling with lack of downforce, really felt like there. Excellent now, once again, still in the rearview mirrors, trying to see if he can maybe come around. Silbernagel is long gone. Just look at the gap between Silbernagel and Rurik, even though he's towards the pits. Grenzner just doesn't seem to have the raw pace to keep up, but that damage onto his car. Surely at some point he's got to consider moving to a different spot. I can't imagine this being any other way, really. It's a dangerous game that he's playing, though. Damaged car. He's going to stay out. It's going to cost him time. So is coming into repair. And we are running a little bit of a reduced damage rate here at 50%. Just to make sure that all these drivers are not stuck in the pits for hours. After all, they're paying to enter. Rear guards here into a very, very, very quick couple corners on Ryan. And then it's just all the way through here. Right-hander quite tight into the left-hander on towards the GP track. We go at it again. Just another lap. Now, keep in mind that Schultz is bound to come in at some point. Feed once again going black, unfortunately. Hoping they can fix that soon. I have notified the production that this is happening right now. Hoping they can fix it rather soon. At the moment, we just gotta wait. There's not much that we can do here. Apart from maybe catch on to the race a little bit here. From the live timing, a little bit more than an hour and 5 minutes left. Looks like we are getting back in pretty soon. I do need to reconnect to the server real quick. Takes a while to get back in, unfortunately. Now indeed we are back. Able to continue the race. Everyone looking quite okay. Schultz is still increasing the gap onto Romanovsky. Current top 4 is all AC friends. And obviously we are going to see that change around once the pit stops come in. So far, if the race were down like this, it would be quite dominant. Now once again, 3 drivers in the pit. Katani, Minsky, also RT Racing. Now with more drivers leaving the pit again. Now it's really, really dark out there. Silbernagel in P6 at the moment. Couple very fast corners coming up. This is one that you do need to brake for. Just tell how hot those brake discs are getting. That car is being abused. Yeah, absolute maximum right now. Currently coming in. Pushed their way through. Just hear that turbo whistle. You can tell that the brakes are glowing hot right there. As you're getting into these slower sections here, yeah, you do need to go on the brakes very, very heavily. Time slowly but surely escaping from the driver's hands here. Nagel, a solid E6 here, driving from the Nürburgring position, currently the second driver from that location. And I don't know why exactly it is. But every single time I do need to say, which I find incredibly impressive by the way, is that the drivers from the Nürburgring are usually some of the quicker ones. And I don't know why that is. I guess maybe growing up with passion for motorsports a little bit more. Absolutely make a lot of sense, of course. They have just been historically the most dominant ones. This is Hess a little bit further down the field, P21. That Nissan Skyline R32 Group A car. It's a beauty, isn't it? Probably aesthetically one of the most beautiful cars out there today. Rigged here in P9. He's going to be kicking himself because he's had such a good race, but he's now struggling. Another pit coming in there. Back here in P10. He's driving this race solo as far as I was able to tell. He's currently doing well getting up there. That's right. Maybe there's more in it. Black now driving in no man's land. I mean, the gaps between all these drivers have just gone up immensely here, although Nowski is now leading with Schultz technically being behind him in the pits, but I see they're going out at very different times. We're also coming in, getting to that point where there's an hour left, and well, by current means, you need to just try and save up a little bit more fuel to actually be able to make it. Now just look at how dark it's gotten, right? It just feels like it's instantly become dark, and in a way it kind of really has. And with the Nürburgring being just such a difficult track to hold on to, right? It's just already difficult by itself, but now also the lack of track lighting is really going to play a factor into this. Kaman's got another drive-through, which he needs to serve for cutting the track a couple times. And getting an advantage, of course, here. Baumert making his way around the Mercedes nicely. Back markers getting out of the way whenever they need to. Schultz leading the race with the gap currently being quite big still. Baumert's going to stay out. But he had served that second pit stop here. Gerard's going to be moving down a couple seconds here. Romanowski should soon be coming out of the pits here. Hoping to stay ahead of Silbernagel at the minimum here. Baumert going a little bit wide on the GP track, but there's nothing to worry about. He does manage to make it through nicely. Out of 25 drivers, we still have 25 in the service here. So in that sense, no DNFs this time around. Even though it is not difficult to stay in the race mentally. After a crash. You also realize you're so far behind. Again, you've paid for your session, so you surely want to get the most out of it, right? I'd say so, I would view it here. Some drivers obviously are driving just to win. I'm in P2, 25 seconds now. An hour, that's what he's going to make up. And he's also going to make his way by Schultz here. His way over now. You know, the GP track in itself actually has some decent lighting, but then you're gonna come in another driver by Schoenfeld, so it should be the last one served for him. Albert making his way on towards Nordschleife again here. Schultz is just so far ahead right now. It seems like it's almost impossible to catch up to. Who knows? 12 laps in, and gaps are 24 seconds, so that's an average of 2 seconds per lap gained right there. A bit of a crash there by Cheyenne, who's hit the wall slightly though. 13 kilometers an hour, but still though, his car is currently not in good shape at all. I mean, his front bumper is currently in the red in terms of damage, as far as it can really go. Schlemkert going out of the pits here. These are some drivers that have gotten very little drive time because they haven't really been in a position to be showcased. And it's a shame because, you know, Schlemkert's doing just as fine as everyone else is. But the issue is that he's just currently driving in no man's land. I mean, Hess is so far ahead. Kawan is so far behind. A little bit slowly there. Out the GT track. Seems to have managed his gaps well though, in terms of on track position. He's currently fully clear and he can just really focus up his on lap times here. Some faster drivers coming in behind, but it's going to be a while until they get there. He currently has set his fastest lap at a 11:08.103, so that's quite a bit slower than Schultz, for example. Katani serving his drive-through that he picked up for cutting the track. He's a regular at the Nürburgring eSports bar, so we should know that by now. Katani, always fun to see him. He's driving from the Opticon location. So far seems to nail his lines, and now we see quite a bit of contact being made there for plenty of drivers. Fidelak Hawk getting himself involved. In towards the wall and not hitting each other. Still shows how difficult it is. Schlemkert's also going to be going off, although he does manage to save it. Doesn't hit any barriers. He's not even yet crossed the hardest part of the track. Grenzner currently ahead of Silbernagel. He's 1.5 seconds behind him. Should be running on roughly the same strategy here when it comes to the pit stops. Expecting him to be hard on the limit still. Need to try and see if he could keep Silvernagel behind him. Most ideal world he would be able to do so. He's going to make his way onto the Nordschleife yet again. It's up to him to prove, of course, that he can do it. Schlimmkert has gotten himself another drive-through for Gunner. We were just spectating him. Seems like he's gone off again, and this time he's gaining an advantage, and that will be enough to force him to drive around at a lower speed through the pit without being able to make any changes to the car. So, tough luck. But that's unfortunately how it goes. It does keep it really fair, that system that we have in place. Even though we do also have live stewarding only at these events. This time we're limited to just Discord tickets options. And even then, that will definitely shake up the result, because there have been some pretty big incidents with drivers involved that are still driving pretty close to each other. We are going to see some change-ups here, but just look at the gap also between Grenzner and Vidalak. And the gap between Silvernagel and Gattani. The gaps are just absolutely huge. Majority of drivers now having done 2 or more pit stops. Joka and Hawk are still out there, but have been in the pits for a while. Sure, they're gonna come in, but it's not gonna really make any difference when it comes to undercutting, for example. Grenzner has made his way through the faster section of the circuit pretty easily. Bosstrasse, he has managed to go through and now is currently on his way. Buxroer to the Adenauer Forceway needs to hit this brake, and that is such a tricky line. It's definitely one of the corners where I struggle the most. Gotta get the car slowed in time, and when you do so, you can also nail your exit. There's a little bit of slip and slide there with Silvernagel, but he keeps the car going in the right direction. Now the Nürburgring Drift Cup was a little while ago, so maybe not the right time to do this on. Really, all is okay. Seems to be doing rather well. This Silvernagel now losing a little bit of time to Max Grenzner. Black still around there, just so much quicker right now. We're never going to be able to close that gap if they keep going like this. They're relying on a big crash for that to happen. Here's Schlimmkert again from the Cologne eSports bar, the most recent one to open its doors. You know, I've been to Cologne plenty of times. It's an absolute beautiful city. And I think in that sense it's also a beautiful addition to the Nürburgring eSports channels that are out there. Just open another bar, get some more people involved from the region, because let me tell you, you Germans are incredibly passionate about motorsports. It's so fun to watch. Is there more to be gained? Their Silvernagel is so close by right now. Also try and see if maybe there's more in it. Gonna out soon. Silvernagel just carrying more speed through there. Unable to go for an overtake just yet here. Silvernagel goes for the dive, makes it work, able to stick it. Max Grenzner not able to get around there. Immediately It's just a gap, and it looks like Nego said, "But you just get away, no problem." Schild's still leading. He's got such a big gap right now. It's just really dark out there too now, so drivers need to be careful with their lines. And we do see Super Nego always almost spun it there, but he survives. Just even on the faster section of the circuit, where you get to Vansgaten, you're already kind of on the edge of the car, and then you also need to keep it clean. With the flashing being done by Silbernegger, he wants to try and get by this back marker as soon as possible here. Both drivers make it through, however, it's cost them valuable time. Max Grandster now all over him. So utilizing that back marker very smartly is the Mercedes driver here. Baumer 24 seconds. Try and close this gap on, and it's just not looking like it's very much possible. We're also dealing with traffic underway, although this time around it is rather clean. And the fact that some of these drivers are still driving out there without the lights on is absolute madness to me. Obviously that wouldn't be allowed in real life. There'll be a night procedure where the lights need to be on to keep things safe, or at least as safe as possible. Everyone knows that racing is never without a risk, but it's like common sense, because you're also going to be faster because of it. As for most teams that are participating here with 3 drivers, the last driver would currently normally be in the car behind the wheel trying to finish off the job. Baumert 24 seconds behind still. Gap seems enormous, although it is kind of shrinking a little bit there from time to time, but then going up again because the game isn't able to calculate properly what the faster and slower section of the circuits are. So ignoring that, all seems to be totally okay for now. Albert holding on. We haven't seen Schultz in a while because he's just been doing his own thing. I do also want to point out that Schoenfeld's getting a little bit closer now to Gerards. And they might be going back to battle pretty soon. Still the BMWs here in the 1-2. Rarick also very competitive, but the pit stops have really made it difficult for him to make the most out of it. Wants this. Currently, Schoenfeld is all over Gerards. We also see Yes has come a little bit closer to Van Kanaal. They're still battling. Currently, we're still sticking along with Bauer. You can just see that is how dark it is. There's no lights. It's absolute madness. Here it's now indeed. This is the battle for 6th place at the moment. Would be nice to pick that one up here. Super driver is trying to see if he can maybe get by. I mean, these two have been battling for a while. They're looking to run out whenever the opportunity is right there, but currently it isn't. Hurrick, however, catching up to Axelin, was yet to come into the pit, so he is going to be falling off there. He needs to come in again. Even though he's played this really well fuel-wise, it's not going to be enough to save another pit stop here in a race like this, where it's only 3 hours. And I say only 3 hours because it is still a very, very long time. Now looking to go into it again. Now, currently, Schoenfeld's made his way by Gerards here, and the gap just in terms of pace seems to be obvious to me. Gerards making a little bit of mistake, and oh, there's contact with the Supra. Oh, that is not good. That's gonna really mess up this race, and Gerards now actually hits the barrier yet again. It's very, very tough. Right, still 6 seconds behind then. Roll still seems well here. Gerards now is behind Schoenfeld by quite the margin here. 20 seconds in the dark to try and make up. At least all the lights are still working after that incident that they've had. But just such a long way to go still. It's gonna feel like forever for all of these drivers here. It's now at least getting to the part where the track will slowly start to speed up a little bit again. Baumgart's still 25 seconds behind, so he isn't really gaining anything over time. If anything, it's just staying the exact same that was before. Baumgart here trying to break into the first tight turn, and he has. Thought for a second he was going to overshoot it, but turns out he's going to be all okay. Schultz hasn't gotten any screen time, but he is also still the man to watch. I mean, it's just incredible how consistent this man has been. I admire how well he's doing. The fastest lap time still belongs to Baumgart here. The time still to beat is a 909.422, and with now the track becoming darker and darker, I doubt we're going to see much improvement, unfortunately, this time around. Trying to push the car to the limits here, sliding a little bit there. Let's see if there's anything else going on. Van Canal is trying to get closer to the RT racing car. Might be going to battle pretty soon. Yes, I was also trying to get by, but unfortunately we now started losing time again. It's a shame, but that happens. This is what it looks like on board. You can still see pretty well actually, despite how it's looking out there. In that sense, I do always find Assetto Corsa to be a little bit more forgiving than some other sims. Doesn't make it easier by any means though. See, there are also some things happening around the track, which will light it up a little bit here. Neat little detail about Assetto Corsa Nürburgring tracks. That actually will be fireworks if you're playing this on New Year's Eve. Baumart, well, make his way up there into such a fast corner. Not that he needs to lift because the car just doesn't have the mechanical grip to survive it like this. So he goes on the brakes and then it's downhill again where you can't see anything apart from the things that are reflecting in your own lights, which is partially also what makes this track so magical, of course. Baumart still is finding himself P2. Incredible consistency, by the way, from so many of these drivers. At the top, especially Romanowski, also just a name I want to put out there. Sure, not able to pick up Schultz or Baumart, but still impressive stuff out there. There is Max Grenzner. Back to seeing Silvernagle. These two have been going at it rather aggressively, and they don't always give each other the space that they need, but both drivers staying out there means there will be a battle between the two. And now just look at how small that Volvo looks in comparison. It's funny to see. Grenzner, see what he can do best here. See, all these sims are still in use and all these drivers are still going at it. You know, it is getting closer to 11 in the evening right now. These people coming to the Nürburgring eSports bar. I can only imagine that after such a long stint you will be a little bit tired here also. So of course some time for some chatter back and forth here. We can enjoy the back of a man's head. High definition resolution. Oh, Grenzner going wide. That's gonna cost him time. Yeah. Volvo also getting quite loose there on the back end. Could tell just how incredibly sketchy those cars are from time to time. We are getting into that point now. Most drivers are going to be doing maybe 4 more laps of this. Currently the fastest driver, Schultz, has done 14 laps so far. With 2 pit stops. Note that Baumart I just have to come in again. Schultz is, I think, doing a little bit better on fuel, therefore is able to extend it just 1 more lap. At least it was last stint. It's not going to be a difference maker, at least this time around. And it's a little bit over the curbs. Still trying to push because summoning it is so close to him. Coming in here. Right-hander, left-hander. And making your way up here. And then you just keep pushing. That's where you can really feel that Panego's getting a little bit further away. Oh, sketchy stuff. Survived though. Grenzner trying to come out there. Oh yeah, they just realized the camera's on. That's a little bit awkward. Another drive-through being taken here by Slimkart though. He had to serve that unfortunately this time around. Just how it goes. So notice how Panego felt a little bit slower through that corner perhaps, but he's able to maximize his exit speeds. Gap is still 2 seconds and therefore won't be able to catch up to that immediately. So I'm going to try and make the way up here left hand. You got to brake hard for it. Got to make sure you don't lock your brake there because it's very easy to do with you going uphill. So Banega looking to slowly get away here. Seems to have picked up the pace here. Move in, all is okay. You could just see that Grenzner might not just have the pace to do it on. At least not yet. Now, do note that Schoenfeld has gotten closer to Rorek here, and they might be going to battle pretty soon. And Axelson not out of it completely either. The gap currently 5 seconds. Grenzner losing time slowly but surely to Silbernagel though. On into the pits. Slimkart also looking to come around here. He's currently being chased by a driver who's in a different lap. He's just about able to keep the car going in the right direction though. Back and forth. Oh, there's a car driving very slowly. What's going on there? Oh, he's gone off. That was unforced though. There was no one around him. And Saracen, oh, he's hit that curbs too aggressively. Tries to overcompensate, but unfortunately just doesn't work out. Was it the RC racing car that was driving slowly? I think so. And oh, he spun around. Tries to recover. Find himself facing the wrong way. But so luckily get the car back in its original position there, and he stayed out of the barriers for now, so that's good news here. Come on, still standing still. It's going to cost him maybe the time there. Schoenfeld here, seeing Rurik understeer though. To keep it clean. .6 seconds. It's not enough to get a significant kind of slipstream with it, unfortunately. Szyminski to keep it together here. Szyminski here. Got quite the gap to fill here, 3 minutes. That is not going to be easy by any means. Is there now just anything that could be done for him? I mean, it seems like he's too far out of it. Szyminski is unfortunately not able to brake well enough into that corner, so he's also lost just a little bit extra time there. Tyminski. What can he then do? Moment's not looking like much here now. I do see that Schoenfeld's once again found the connection here to Rurik, so I hope we can hop on board with them a little bit. Might be going for a good battle soon. He wants this. Attempt to make something work here. Moment though, not really helping. Do know that Excellent is also catching up a little bit here to Max Grandster. And this is the current leader of AC France. Is Schultz in a comfortable position. I can only say here, respect to the man, right? He is pushing up so incredibly well right now. Minutes is what stands between Schultz and the race victory. So close. So we do need to see just a little bit more. He's not there yet. He is currently on a roll and he seems to be doing so incredibly well. You could just see that all these back markers are gonna eventually be prey here for Schultz. I mean, just look at how far he's pushing this car and how much time he's winning here. You just gotta make sure that he keeps things clean here. There's no problem there. Blue frags are being respected, luckily. That's what helps a lot there. Schultz wants to try and see if he could come around. Back markers are now getting into the way towards the carousel. Not easy. But eventually made his way past. The other drivers obviously won't be defending that. You can just immediately tell Captain is able to create for himself, but it's also cost a lot of time, of course. Schultz, well, he wants to try and see. Maybe create a little bit more distance here between all these drivers. Because the bigger the gap, better it is for you. Currently, he seems to be on it. There's just not much that could be done here, really, it feels like, for any of the other drivers. Sure, Schultz wants to try and see if he could maybe catch up, but Baumert isn't going to catch him anyways, not at this rate at least here, even though he is still the one with the fastest lap. After 15 laps, that's just how it goes sometimes. Some of these drivers actually only haven't driven a handful of laps. Gaps are just enormous here. There's some flashing done by Schultz. He wants to make his intentions clear. I am going to overtake you. Some space. He, I think, hesitated a little bit there. There's plenty of space for him, though. There's the toe. I actually felt like he was lifting quite a few times. So why that was, I'm entirely sure. It's just how it goes sometimes. He's fully clear. He's done his job. Now can keep looking forward here. You can just tell that he's very comfortable around this track in general, because he seems to be doing so well. Hang out there. What's going on? He's shifting down and picking up the pace again. Don't know what that was all about. Felt very weird there for a second, and it might just be the desync that I have. But isn't that weird as for you guys? I think that it has just fixed itself here. Yes, okay, it has. So that's just desync on my end there. I'm still holding on nicely on YouTube. I'm glad to see that. Shield seems to be doing whatever he needs to, really. Things that are expected of him. Schultz here. What can he do? I'm not so sure, but I guess we're gonna find out along the way here. Schultz here. Totally okay. 23 minutes here to spare, and I've just got the notification also that we're gonna hop on board with the race leader for an entire lap now. So let's see where he's gaining so much time compared to all the other drivers here. So far, all is okay. There is more in it, but at the moment though, seems okay. Schultz here. Love to some more. Just look at the speeds that he's carrying through here now. Making his way up towards these fastest couple corners. Kreuz coming up. He's nailed that. But then you gotta brake really hard to the arm brake while also cutting across the track a little bit here. Gotta make sure you keep your exit speeds high, because you are now going into quite a long straighter, because here you're able to just basically cut across. You don't need to steer that much into these corners. You just need to follow the apexes. And you go down towards this uphill section. You need to brake and cut right across if you can. That's tricky, because then immediately you're being put into a very tight right-hander. You gotta slow down again. Left and right, you'll see a lot of drivers going at the Ristenfarten who struggle there. Schultz, he doesn't. He's nailed his lines. He's able to keep going at it. Now you just gotta keep pushing. This is also tricky. Line seems good. You can cut across a little bit here, but miss it, miss. You also want to make sure you hit the second apex the most, because that's where you can gain the most time before you get into another slow corner. Back all the way to first gear and accelerate as soon as the car straightens up. He's nailed it so far. All seems good. Might be more in it, but I guess we're gonna find out. Just look at how fast he's going through the faster sectors here. Now it's just once again all the way out there. Just see how far this car can go. You can go all the way straight here until you get it up to this left-hander where you need to brake just a little bit. And he's still on that edge here. Despite him having such a lead, he's still pushing. Risky game. I don't know what he's in, why he's in this in the first place, but just look at how far he's going. Off track even. And towards the right, and then you go up the hill here and you make your way over to the carousel. And that is where you're actually going quite heavily uphill, and you gotta make sure you don't hit the first exact entry. No, you gotta go wide still, treat it like a normal corner. And only then you come up there. Then you push in again. Left-hander, right-hander, some more traffic coming in the way here. This is usually the part of the Nordschleife that people find trickiest. Oh, that is almost a squeeze. He saves it. Scary stuff then. He survives, making his way up to Brunchen. That was so scary right there. And just see how little you can actually see. See, he knows where he's going. Make his way through. Chip corner, no problem. Ice corner shouldn't be a challenge for him either. Indeed, he survives. Keeps pushing. No, excuse me, of course, this is only where he gets more tight. This is where your chip corner is. They look all so alike in the dark. This is obviously where that ends. And then you get the ice curve. Yeah, it's so tricky in the dark, even for me, to recognize sometimes where they are, because the lifetiming that I have isn't quite up to date. Gattani struggling, almost sent it over. Risky to say the least, but has survives. Most important kind of thing here. There's Xian. Oh no, he's gone off, he's spun. That's not great. That's gonna cost him. I did just see someone ask, how do you become part of this? Well, you gotta sign up on the website. It's Nürburgring eSports. Google it, you'll find the link, you can enter. You gotta make your way over to a physical location, because that's where these races are. Gattani immediately serving that drive-through. You can enter them yourselves. As though you need to be at one of these locations. Now, exceptions are being made for these special events. Sometimes you can join if you're part of the AC Friends community. Normally, when it comes to the Nürburgring Esports Championship, you need to do everything the hard way. You need to make your way over to one of the locations, sit in one of their rigs and drive. And you can, you know, enter basically for, I want to say, a couple euros. It's actually not even that expensive to come over. Everyone can enter, although most spots are gonna be filled already, of course. Yeah, on the website you'll find, for example, what options you have. You can book, for example, 60-minute practice session if you want, or if you are with more than 3 people, you can actually do some races against each other too, which is pretty fun. You're gonna spend 120 euros in total. That's for the 4 drivers, of course. It all starts as cheap as 17 euros. You can get yourself into one of these motion rigs here. Everything is taken care of. Schoenfeld to try and see if he could do this. Maybe catch up to Marnowski, but it's just gonna be a false hope unless Marnowski makes a big mistake, because the gap is currently 1.5 minutes, which is just impossible to fill. 14 minutes left here. And no one said it would be easy. It's just how that goes. Schoenfeld here is nailing his lines. He's being rather quick, but he's still nowhere close to the pace of Schultz right now, and that's always where you got to be careful. Ponsgarden is difficult. You just tell how easy it is to lock the brakes there. And when you do lock the brakes, eventually you're just a passenger at that point. And how these drivers are using the Euro 7 motion sim. Which is a 6 DOF motion simulator, by the way. 7 actuators are in that thing. And you know, I've driven a 3 DOF sim myself, but nothing compares to that. I mean, that is just absolute madness, right? Schoenfeld here now finding himself once again pretty close to traffic. Just absolutely redlining that car, but it just doesn't go faster than this. He still needs to wait. He can't go for the overtake onto the Mercedes until he takes some kind of initiative to let him by. Really, you don't want to be taking any risks here. And even though Ramrick is behind you, still a threat, and I think there he's gonna go. And indeed, he finally gets the move done. See, the Mercedes not gonna defend it actively, or at least he shouldn't. Won't matter too much for positioning. Rurik still 16 seconds behind, so he seems to be safe. They projected 2 laps left, but that's also obviously going to depend on where Schultz is at the time that we cross the line. And the lag still in it too. One of the few Audi drivers, I think he's actually the only one. Driving in the dark. Not much to see, although I must say that it is a lot better here over in the GP section of the track here. Essentially what they do is they combine the GP and Nordschleife. like so far. Also, kind of trouble-free has been. Want to see how that all goes. A little bit under 10 minutes left. We do see one of the Mercedes going very, very wide on that angle. Fidelac then now can finally try and get the throttle down a little bit here. More chicane coming up before he can make his way up towards the Nordschleife then. Fidelac stays on it there, too loose off the ground there, so he's got to be careful. Doesn't make any mistakes because that might just cost him otherwise. Fidelac here. Kaneda Rurik getting himself another drive-through. Guess we gotta find out. He's gonna make his way up now. Towards one of the faster sectors of the circuit here. No one should be contesting him here. He seems to be driving all the way alone, but do notice that he's getting closer to Gerrits now. Gap is a little bit below 3 seconds. Seems to be nailing it right now. Here's Jesse. Behind the board. Yeah. Opel Omega. Just look at how little you can see, even from the helicam. Pretty clear that most of these drivers don't see basically anything. Just here trying to see what he can do. Just here. His own business, also not really in contest with anyone. Sure, he might be able to solidify his place, but just so far gone. Here's Schultz yet again. Should be about to enter his final lap then. Not much time left here at all. Schultz coming in. A final pit stop then. Probably doesn't have enough fuel to make it through towards the end. Almert here. Now on towards his main straight. Question is, of course, does he have enough time to even get close if he doesn't need to go for a pit stop? He's approaching rather quickly. The gap's just going down rather quickly now, but Schultz is running on his way out of the pit stop. As soon as he has the opportunity to get back on track, he will. It's very much a splash and dash at that point. Just get a couple liters in. Be enough to push through towards the end. By the looks of it, not absolutely done enough because, well, Schultz is well back in towards the car here. As we do see that Hawk has had an incident and Gattani and Canal have hit each other. Final 5 minutes of the race, that's never a good sign, and Schultz still has a massive gap. This man, I mean, say whatever you want, but that's consistency all over the place. So Merrick seems to bit of a connection issue there. That's pretty weird. I feel like here should be careful because Rorik wants to try and see if he could get by. Overall seems good here. The like then all doing okay. For now here, but you can tell just how hard he's pushing that car over the curbs. He knows exactly what curbs you can take and which curbs you cannot take. Now, do note that the Nürburgring is maybe a little bit more forgiving in this other course in terms of curbs compared to a game that, let's say, iRacing or even Automobilista. But still, though. Not easy for him. Like, seems to be safer now. He seems to have more outright pace than Rorik, who's come into the pit 6 times this race alone. Absolute madness. This man is up to. Well, this is obviously as dark and as difficult as it gets. Luckily, we've had static weather this race, and we do see Canal and Gattani once again colliding. Second time now, I don't know what's up with that. It's Vidlak. For the downshifts, keeps pushing all the way through here. There, RC Racing getting himself another penalty. Vidlak's gone very, very wide though. That's going to cost him time. And Rorik might just be able to get a little bit of a tow here on the straight. Depending on how quick Vidlak is on that throttle. It's cost him time. Should just be alright here. Gap still a little bit more than a second though. There's less and less time to spare here. Xian getting himself another drive-through. Final lap of the race. That is incredibly tough also. Vidlak laying out there again. Final lap coming up. You do need to say though that it's also impressive by Baumer that he's managed to manage his fuel a lot better than Schultz, but he just doesn't have the outright pace and consistency to keep up. Still no enter their final lap here. This is Geerts. This is a driver that is fighting for position. Time taking away to go for it though. Rorik once again coming in towards the pit lane here and gonna add to his pit counter yet again, although not technically coming in to do a pit stop. Had a rough time with the penalties because he does have the speed. Unfortunately, that consistency is just really taking away any hopes that he had of winning the race perhaps. And Schultz so for me 45 seconds. What can you say? It's just incredibly impressive. That's what it is. Like going a little bit too wide there. All is okay. He manages to hold on. That also means that Garrett is slightly able to drive away for the time being here. Just don't think that Vidlak has got it in him. Right now, as it stands, he's relying on a mistake from Garrett's to be made, and as long as that doesn't happen, nothing's going to change here. But time is essentially up now. So it's just a matter of Schultz coming in to finish this race up then. Weber and Hess have had a little bit of contact there, and there's a mistake being made. Feeling like wants to dive down the inside immediately. He is very much hungry for this final overtake. Now there is also the announcement that the leader's on its final lap, so they know the pressure is on now. So for this battle, very much from the Gattani and Canal making contact. Gattani then also hit the wall immediately afterwards. A little bit all over the place here. Contact is just being made everywhere. Feel like they're cutting across the grass a little bit here. It's not going to do his times any good, and that actually does also allow for Fidelak to slowly build up towards a new attack. As Garrett's slowly driving away. As long as he stays with him though, he knows that an opportunity will come, but he's just kind of missed that one prime opportunity he tried to take. He's making up time here towards the faster corners. Fidelak cutting in so aggressively that he is off the track with 2 wheels. It's absolute madness around here. Schultz is about to get into the big straight. Just one more run around the Duttinger Run, and then he's going to be finishing himself up nicely in P1. A much deserved race victory for him. Unmatched consistency at pace. Romanowski wants to try and finish this race in just 2 pit stops. Currently holding on to P3. Just incredibly fun to see how fast these guys can go at it. And I think for everyone this has been a massive success, right? Both for the drivers that are here to win and drivers that are here for fun. A very good edition of the Legends Race 2025 so far. And well, see, Schultz is about to enter the final couple corners. Should be good to win out this race with a 33-second gap to Baumert here. Fidelak wants to try and see if he has it in them. At the moment, it's just not looking like he's got it. Oh, understeer. He's got to make sure he avoids the wall. There it is. Winner has been decided. It is going to be Schultz that wins out this race. An incredible performance from him, right? It's the only words that I've got for it. Just consistency outright. Making sure that he nails every single corner, every single pit stop. Just no mistakes being made from him at all, essentially. I'm sure he's been involved in some contact, but very minimal. I must say that I'm just incredibly impressed by how that's looking. And Schultz has just been disqualified for missing swaps. I don't know what that means. Is that going to be official then? Was it just a bug in the system? Well, I'm not entirely sure. On track, this man has been the fastest. But like does make his way by. Mercedes immediately was not happy about how that went. Harris here wants to try and see if he can get on it. Okay, Baumert's also been disqualified for missing his swaps, but I guess that's because they're driving solo. You can't do your swaps if you're driving solo, so I'm gonna assume that that's just a false notification then. Romanowski now looking to go across the line in 3rd place. Doesn't have very far to go. The like just trying to see if he could build up the gap to a safe margin, but nope. Garrett is not going to make this easy for him. As Schlimkert and Xian both hit the wall. Like on that AstroTurf, they just look at how much he's pushing. The lag now, what can he do? Bit sketchy at times. Does manage. Do see now also that the drivers that are lap behind are already finishing up here. Panofsky will come in third position. Schoenfeld is looking to finish up just slightly behind, and Gerhardt's just trying to see if he could close that gap still. This could just be going all the way through towards the end now. Thing is that Gerhardt's is running out of time here. Understeer for the Audi. Yeah, more drivers. Oh, there's the mistake from Gerhardt's. He saves it though. More drivers getting disqualified for missing swaps, so I think that is just how that goes. I don't know exactly if we're going to make it to the end of the race here, but the Audi's still ahead here. Schoenfeld should be good here for P4. Bromowski also getting miss swaps notification now. Gattani to finish midfield eventually. These a result from Gerhardt's here. Wants to try and see. He's got more in it. And oh, there's the contact between them. Gerhardt's goes off, but he's waiting for him. Okay, he wants to do it fair and square. Fair enough, you've made a mistake, you've touched each other. Gerhardt's is going to give him the space, so Fiddler can continue staying ahead there. You know, a little bit of respect between the drivers is good to see. I don't know whether Fiddler just braked harder than normal or if there was an incident elsewhere. But anyways, that basically concludes the race, right? So that was absolutely sensational, wasn't it? Right, let's go to this scene. No cam over on the Nürburgring eSports channel, unfortunately. But yeah, what a race this has been, ladies and gentlemen. That is incredibly exciting. I think the rolling time that they had installed, right, just over that 3-hour loop has made it incredibly fun to watch. And I must say, I'm impressed by the level of some of these drivers. You know, some of them were just insanely quick. And, well, I'll be hopping into the sim soon, trying to see if I can beat those lap times around the 9:11 mark. It's not going to be easy, though. For even some drivers hitting 9.9s from time to time, it's just beyond impressive what these drivers are doing, right? And they know what they're doing, and they feel right at home in those motion sims. So, yeah, massive congratulations here, of course, to our winner, Schultz, obviously being by far the fastest here. I have very much enjoyed that, and I hope you guys have as well. Next up is the Nürburgring Esports Championship Interlagos race, exclusively streamed over on the Nürburgring Esports channel. So make sure you go check that one out. And until now, I've only got one thing left to say, and that is that I wish you guys a very pleasant rest of your evening. And I will hope to see you guys in the Twitch chat next week at Interlagos.
The atmosphere, the people here around are so passionate, so it's incredible.
I get goosebumps every time I see this.
The Nürburgring is really a very special place, and it's a very difficult place.
It's very, very good to have all these fans back here in the home of motorsport.